Morning and welcome to what is obviously a very important part of the protocols of the purest principles of democracy, actually. So this forum today is where we, the Local Government Commission, adjudicate over observations made by appellants against decisions that have been well and truly worked through by you as a council and the wider community. It's a quasi-judicial process, and I think you'll all appreciate that the Commission is bound by the legislation set by Parliament in terms of the way we carry out our deliberations. Just before we commence the introductions, I'd just like to open with the karakia from the Local Government Commission. Whakataka hau ki te uru, whakataka hau ki te tonga, ki mā kina ki uta, ki mā taratara ki tai, ki hi aki ana te atakirua, he tio, he huka, he hehu, ti hei Māori ora. So in terms of introductions, just to get the proceedings underway, I'm Brendan Duffy, the Chair of the Commission. I'm former Mayor of the Horowhenua, quite interesting actually. That the former Mayor of the Horowhenua is here on Tuesday. I understand the current Mayor of Horowhenua was here on Friday talking to the current Mayor of Auckland, who I think now understands where Horowhenua might be. So I think that's quite an interesting little intro. So I've had 21 years in local government, had the past 7 years, coming up 8 on the Local Government Commission, had an amount of time on National Council, and I see Richard there from those days. So that's my background in terms of my experiences in local government. Let's pass over to Dr. Sue Bidrose, Commissioner.
Kia ora koutou, I'm Sue Bidrose, formerly Chief Executive of Dunedin City Council, prior to that Head of Strategy here in Auckland at Waitakere City Council, prior to the amalgamation, pretty intensively involved in the amalgamations of 2010. Lovely to be back and look forward to the discussion.
Formality, do it right, and introduce Temporary Commissioner Gwen Paul.
Good morning, everyone. I'd be reasonably well known to quite a few of you, and I was on the original commission that set up Auckland. So I'm delighted to be back at this review, former chair of the Auckland Regional Council, as most of you know, and a local yokel. Thank you.
Perfect. And I'd just like to pass over to the CEO of the Local Government Commission, Penny Langley, to introduce the team.
Obviously, I hadn't tested my microphone. Apologies. Kia ora koutou, I am Penny Langley, I'm the Chief Executive of the Local Government Commission, and rather than do this for too long, I'll hand over to my team to individually introduce themselves. Donald, would you like to go first?
Yeah, kia ora, I'm Donald Reesabos, Principal Advisor to the Local Government Commission. I've worked for the Commission for quite some time and have done a number of Auckland representation review hearings in the past, as well as working with Gwen on boards and local boards in Auckland in 2010.
Kia ora koutou, ko EJ Ruthven tōku ingoa. I'm EJ Ruthven, Senior Advisor with the Local Government Commission, and delighted to be here today.
Just for the moment, I want to make a bit of a statement. You'll appreciate we have spent an enormous amount of time reading all the information that's been presented to us. And there's a couple of observations that really need to be cleared off from the start so we have a nice, smooth process. I make these observations. Some of the appeals and objections raise issues regarding the processes Auckland City Council has followed, or make specific comments regarding members of the Joint Governance Working Party or Council. The Commission cannot base its determination on matters of process. We must make decisions following the criteria of the Local Electoral Act and the information and evidence before us that is relevant to those criteria. The issues that we must determine are the number of elected members for council and for local boards and their subdivisions, the names and boundaries of wards and local board subdivisions, how members are elected, for example, from wards or at large across Auckland, and for local boards from subdivisions or from across the local board as a whole. We cannot change local board boundaries aside from very, very small changes. Now, we do ask that the parties presenting are focused on the matters the Commission can determine. So all that other stuff on the side, we have no interest in. Some appeals and objections refer to parliamentary boundaries. Parliamentary boundaries are reviewed by the Representation Commission, and that's done after each census, and that review is currently underway. That is different from local government representation reviews. The law states that the chair of the Local Government Commission is also a member of the Representation Commission, so that's my declaration publicly. This means that I am currently involved in both processes, but they are separate from each other. So I hope that sets the scene for everybody. I'm not quite sure where the cameras are, but I know this is live streamed, and so all and sundry will have been well warned in advance around what we're responsible for. Having done that, I'm now going to pass over to Councillor Ferry, who's going to carry out your appropriate introductions and then your observations so far on your submission. We're in your hands.
Kia ora. Thank you very much, Chair and Commissioners. We'll just get the Council. Can I just check? Sometimes you have to go backwards to go forwards with this clicker, which I feel is a strong metaphor for local government. So let me just, okay, great. Whew. Press the right button first time, that's a good start. Kia ora koutou, ko Julia Ferry toko ingoa. I am one of the ward councillors for Albert Eden Puketapapa and chair of the Joint Governance Working Party. Where I'll talk a little bit about that in a minute, how that fits in the Auckland context, but I also have sitting at the table with me today Angela Full-James, who's the chair of the Franklin Local Board and is acting deputy chair. We always have a deputy chair from the local boards, and our normal deputy chair is the chair of Waiheke Local Board, but unfortunately she's unavailable today, so Angela's stepping in case anything happens to me. I rode very carefully here on my bicycle this morning. We have Richard Northey, who's probably very familiar to you. He's currently a member of the Waitemata Local Board, but has a long history in both local and central government. He will be speaking primarily, if there are questions, around the Waitemata and Ōrākei ward boundary issue. And we also have Councillor John Watson, who in the first term was on a local board as well, but has been one of the councillors for the Albany ward since 2013. Yep, and he will be here if there are questions specifically about the North Shore Albany ward boundary as well, those being two of the more contentious areas. So a little bit of, we're also very well supported by a number of staff who are here too. I'm very aware though that we have quite limited time. When I ran through this presentation as a practice run, it took me 43 minutes. I'm not going to take 43 minutes now because I know I don't have 43 minutes. So I will be glossing over some of the slides a bit. So in terms of the Joint Governance Working Party generally, so this is a working party of council that has been established for several terms and looks at all sorts of sort of shared governance issues. It has been delegated twice now to work on the representation review, so it also worked on it 6 years ago. I chair that. It has half of its membership, 6 councillors selected from amongst the 21, and then also 6 from the local boards. The local boards pick their own representatives based on geographic. So Angela's actually a representative on the working party for the 2 predominantly rural local boards, Franklin and Rodney. We have Richard as a representative of the central local boards, and so that's how we do that. The Mayor is ex officio on it, but hasn't really participated too much in this process apart from early on. And we also have a member of the Independent Māori Statutory Board, Haukura, David Taipari, who is also in that. So it's usually 13 of us taking part in those discussions. And just noting that you'll hear from one of our members wearing a different hat later on, Chair Gillen, on behalf of Kaipariki Local Board, and he has removed himself from the hearings, from this part of the process as an appellant. Okay, let me just check my notes. So some of the other things that the Joint Governance Working Party has worked on or continues to work on are things around the powers of local boards in relation to governing body. You'll be aware our structure is quite unique, so things like a funding formula for local boards. We're actually next going to be working on some background information about how STV might work in the Auckland context. So we have a broader remit than just the representation review, and this is an ongoing working party that is reconstituted every term. All right. So I won't spend too much time on this because you've indicated, Chair, that the process is not something that you're examining in detail. So I'll flick through this quite quickly, but happy to discuss further in questions. So our existing arrangements, you'll be aware, we have 21 elected members on the governing body, the mayor and 20 councillors from 13 wards. For the first time, Legeka was changed in the last term of central government. For the first time, we are able to review the number of councillors, and we did discuss that briefly at the start of the process. We also have 21 local boards, which is constituted from 149 local board members across Auckland. We have the shared decision making, so local decisions fall to local boards and regional decisions fall to governing body. And we must, as governing body, strongly consider the feedback from local boards. Local boards have been really integral to this process, in addition to having 6 of our working party members being from local boards. And in fact, all of the councillor members of the working party are ex-local boards as well. So although it's my first term on council, I spent 4 terms on the Puketapapa local board, 5 of those as chair and 4 as deputy chair. So out of 12 years. So we have a lot of knowledge of the joint governance processes at the table, as well as the staff who have straddled that divide for many years now. In terms of the process, so when you make your determination in April, it will be about 2 years since we started this journey. Early on, we were looking at a reorganisation as well, which potentially would have made some quite significant changes, but it was decided politically not to progress that at this time. Happy to go into more detail about that if that's useful. But you'll see there, in particular, from June last year when we signed off on the initial proposal, the detail of the engagement process, the SCP process. We did also do some early engagement prior to that as well, which looked at reorganisation as well as representation. That goes into more detail about some of the engagement that we did in terms of the SCP, but as I say, prior to that we also did some early engagement to firm up what the initial proposal could be. So quite a lot of conversations. That talks about the submissions. You'll see there 2,359 submissions. The hearings took place over about 2.5 days, and that included a hearing from 8 local boards. Right, so turning now to the detail. So when we were considering the number of councillors, the first thing was, well, originally we had a reorganisation proposal in particular from the mayor that wanted to significantly reduce the number of councillors. And we talked about that. We actually spent a lot of time on the faux local board, and we do have the chair from the faux local board here today as well. But in the end, where we came down to, through discussions, through the maths, through principles of fair representation and communities of interest, was that Rodney and Franklin needed to maintain individual representation, and that sort of set the ratio, and then from there the maths work out to 20 councillors, and so that's why we've landed on 20 councillors again. You'll be aware we had a separate debate the previous year about Māori representation, and that's not an issue today. We did have some initial discussions about whether there was an appetite to increase the number of councillors or shift to single member wards, but very early on it was clear that there wasn't support for that amongst the working party sufficient to progress that work. but happy to talk in more detail about that if you'd like. So we also had in 2019 a proposal to split the Manukau ward, which currently has 2 councillors, roughly along the lines of the 2 local boards that it covers, and that was strongly opposed by that community. They very much saw themselves as wanting 2 councillors to represent the whole community. They saw value in those 2 councillors working together, those kinds of things, and so that was part of the thinking around not pursuing single member wards where we had double member wards, because there'd been such strong opposition in 2019 to that specific proposal. And then, as you can see there, in regard to larger wards, there were concerns about fair representation given the inconsistency of voter turnout across Auckland. This shows the numbers and is largely there for your reference, so I won't talk through this. But just to note that in 2019 there were changes made specifically to Waitemata and Gulf Ward, and they were partly in anticipation of, partly based on some census numbers that turned out to not be as correct as we had hoped. As you'll be aware, by law we have to work off particular sets of numbers. And also there've been some changes around how population has moved. So for example, in lockdowns, not so many people living in the city centre, that kind of thing. So it turns out that those 2019 changes didn't help. And so one of the things we looked at was, do we just simply reverse those? And that was in the initial proposal. But what happens in the isthmus, and you'll see this quite clearly in the maps a little bit later, is that because we have a lot of people living on the isthmus, you change one bit and there's often a knock-on effect as well to other wards, so that was part of that. So the initial proposal, we went with pushing Waitemata and Gulf Ward back to its pre-2019 boundaries, which involved shifting 4 suburbs effectively. And also realigned the ward and local board boundaries, which was a consideration. They don't have to be identical, but it is preferable that they match. And then we also had issues with Albany and the North Shore ward, and you'll see more detail on that, which I'll go through in a minute. That's the main area of non-compliance for the wards. And then in the final proposal, and you'll see more detail on this in a minute too, we had very strong submissions from a number of people in the Parnell and Newmarket community that they saw themselves facing east rather than to the city. We didn't have a lot of feedback around Grafton, and so that's where we landed with that. I want to acknowledge that this is an art, not a science, and you may choose to draw lines in different places from where we did, and I think they're probably different approaches are all valid, actually, because the maths, the communities of interest, the fair representation rule, this is all a balancing act, right? So, if you choose to say we haven't put the line in the right place, we're pretty relaxed about that, actually. Main thing is there's a line. Okay, so a little bit more detail for North Shore and Albany. So the purple line there shows the current boundary, and then I'm just gonna... This one shows more detail of where we landed in the end. We spent a lot of time discussing this boundary, and we also had some hotly contested votes on this boundary as well. So very happy to come back to that one in more detail, and Councillor Watson will be well placed to speak to that if you wish to examine that more, aware that you've got some of the local boards involved in that conversation coming too. So I'll leave that one there for now, but this shows current and, current and final, and you can sort of see there the difference by toggling back and forth. For Central Auckland, as I said, we had issues there around particularly the Waitemata and Gulf and Orake boundary. The other thing to acknowledge about the isthmus is that this is particularly Waitemata and Gulf and Waitemata Local Board. These are the most hotly contested electorally parts of Auckland. You get other ones that are from time to time, but these are consistently the most hotly contested electorally. And I think it's fair to say from the tenor of some of the submissions and appeals that shows itself in the tenor of some of that. So I just draw that to your attention. And you'll see there the reference to some of the submissions we had and some of the geographic and demographic aspects. Just to dwell on this one for a moment, so we had some strong submissions from the Newmarket and Parnell Business Associations that their people connect east rather than to the city. This graphic is from a 2016 report, which is quite old, but we did check more recent data. They gave us a graphic in their submission, which unfortunately was very low resolution and didn't reproduce well. So we have found this one that represents the data and is although it's dated itself, is actually pretty much how things play out now as well, and gives you a sense of the communities of interest, we hope, from that point of view anyway. So just here, the red boundary is the ward boundary, the yellow boundary is the local board boundary, and the orange is both, where they align. I had to ask what the orange line was, so I thought I'd get in ahead there and let you off the hook. So you can see there that there is a portion of the local board, which of the area which is in Waitemata local board, but Orake ward, and this is the current situation. So this is the final proposal, so I'll just toggle back and forward between those a little bit. So you can see that red line on one side of the motorway shifts to the other side of the motorway and skirts the domain. So that's where we landed. You may land in a different place. That's okay. This gives you a sense of the broader context of the isthmus and that point I made before about changes having a cascade effect. And then that's the final proposal there. So you'll see there where the impact of Waitemata and Gulf up on it then flows on to Ellerslie, for example. Yeah. So that's the showing that knock-on effect. And this shows it with the local board boundaries. So just to note that Alba Eden Poki Tāpapa, the ward I'm from, has 2 local boards, so that's not a misalignment, but it does also take in a little bit of Waitemata as well, since the 2019 changes, and that's proposed to continue. Right, local boards. So again, these are the numbers that are here primarily for you to refer to, and I won't talk through them in detail, but you'll see we have 3 local boards there that have non-compliance, and we will work through each of those. This is between subdivisions, and 3 on this slide. And Rodney and Howick are the ones that we particularly paid attention to and have tried to fix. The other ones we are seeking approval of non-compliance. So that one just shows the numbers for the final proposal. And this is the subdivision arrangements detail. So Howick and Rodney I'm going to go into more detail on, and then I might leave the other ones for you to ask about if you choose to, because we're seeking non-compliance there. So Howick in 2019 was told very firmly by the Local Government Commission that they needed to potentially have more elected members because their population had grown. They turned that down. And as a result, the Auckland Council has had to look at it again, and now the proposal is to add to divide the Botany subdivision and add 2 elected members, and that is supported by that local board this time, and also was strongly supported in the public submissions as well. Rodney was very controversial. We spent a lot of time on Rodney in terms of where to draw the lines, in terms of very carefully considering the submissions as well in the hearing process, and this is where we landed. One of the things that came up, and you'll see this with a couple of the other non-compliance as well, is because it's such a large rural area where population is sparse, in order to move people to make the numbers work, you often have to move a lot of land. And so that was definitely a factor here. And we had some quite strong submissions from people in sort of that, what would you call that? Just to the east of the Kaipara, so Makarau, Kaukapakapa, Waitoki, about where they identified with. And so hence a significant change around that. We also had some strong submissions on the names as well. That the names that we had gone out with weren't appropriate and weren't how people identified with their communities of interest. And you'll see there that obviously the total number of elected members stays the same. But one of the other aspects that was strongly put to us was that for the sole representative for the Wellsford subdivision, big area, lots of people, quite a lot of significant townships and then large rural population as well, and having only one person cover that area was really challenging. And so one of the considerations there was making it a large enough subdivision to have 2 people, so that the load can be shared and that becomes an easier relationship. It did mean that a lot of the Warkworth subdivision went into Northern Rodney, which then had the knock-on effect of Warkworth going down to 2 representatives, but overall it's still the same number of reps. So for the non-compliance ones, Hibiscus and Bays Local Board, you've got our arguments there, but that is one where you can see there to shift the line for compliance, you have to shift a lot of land. And we feel that also you shift people who associate to the north and to the peninsula, you shift them to electorally associating with the south, which we felt was not reflecting community of interest. And that's got some more detail there. It's quite a minor non-compliance. Maunga Kiki Tamaki, this is quite an interesting one because on the face of it here, you see that orange line, which is the motorway. You'd think, motorways often split communities. But if you look at the actual area map, you can see that residential area in the bottom half is actually quite contiguous. So this is a situation where the motorway doesn't really split the community, whereas in Waitemata and Grafton, you're talking about spaghetti junction, it really does. So that was where we determined that. And that's a little bit more detail about that. O Tara Papatoetoi, so this one is one where the motorway does provide a split. One of the things that we identified here is that in the future we probably would need to look at where their boundary is with the Howick Local Board to their north, and that may have a bearing. We're also aware that there's significant kainga order redevelopment happening, which will impact on population size through that local board area too. And there were no submissions opposing this proposal. The local board were fine with continuing the non-compliance. Franklin Local Board, and Angela may speak more to this if you wish. This was another one where rural area to move enough people had to move a lot of land, and the strong feedback was that people in the area that we would move did not associate with the major centre in the subdivision we would move them into. They associated more to the east. So you can see that there. And again, relatively small number. One of the other things we spent a bit of time talking about and grappling with was, what do we do about Drury? Gwen will be very familiar with this. Drury is growing very fast. However, it's not at a tipping point yet electorally. And so we acknowledge that will need some serious consideration in the next round. It's also, and Angela took me on a tour of the Franklin Local Board area last year, and I remember when we crossed from Papakura Local Board to Franklin Local Board, and you blink and you miss it. So there's some real potential boundary issues there for next time around. Minor boundary changes, this is the last slide. So this was really correcting sort of some small anomalies. To give you an example, the last one there is in my local board area that I represented. So the situation there was that when the lines were drawn, that land didn't exist. It was reclaimed land turned into park as part of a motorway project. The line was drawn in the water. And then once the land was built, we ended up in a situation where about a fifth of the park was in one local board area, 4/5 was in the other. Makes sense to just shift the line a little bit, doesn't shift any people. Similar with Saunders Reserve, don't know why the line was drawn there, but makes sense to put it in one local board area, particularly because local boards have full responsibility and delegation for local parks. And Kaipariki and Upper Harbour, similar kind of situation there with Keruru Reserve. And I think that's us, yes. That did not take 43 minutes, yes.
You did very well.
Thank you.
Councillor, very well done, very well done.
Thanks.
And that now gives us time to fire some questions. Angela, do you need to add any? You're good? You're good, okay. Well, that's good that you're good, because we wouldn't mind firing some questions and just to get some points of clarity. Maybe I'll just kick off with the first one, which is kind of like it's generic. It's around this plus or minus 10% thinking. So you had a strong priority in the central ward areas for complying to the 10%, but it doesn't seem to be as strong a perspective further out. Is there any reason why there's a separation in thinking from your perspective?
I think it was really what we spent a lot of time doing was trying to balance communities of interest and the 10%, the fair representation role. And the reality is that with some of the stuff on the isthmus, you to get to 10%, you move a smaller geographic area because it's denser. And so it became it's more possible to move, a suburb without moving a lot of land and breaking people's connections to a community of interest. So I think that's probably the difference. It also, these are areas that are actually well developed, whereas that North Shore Albany boundary, for example, there's a lot of development happening in that area, and you'll probably hear that in particular from the Upper Harbour Local Board. They've been dealing with many private plan changes that are changing the population in their rohe, and then that is going to have flow-on effects, but not for some years to come. Whereas in the isthmus, a lot of the population numbers are relatively set. We do have more development coming, but in that area through Grafton, Newmarket, Parnell, probably not a lot of change in population numbers.
Okay, thank you. The non-alignment between the ward boundaries.
Yep.
Is that, so just give us a sense of what the challenges are around the ward boundaries and the local board boundaries. How much of an issue is it?
It depends a lot on the politics. It depends on whether there are any projects that are in the area that's got different representation. So I, for example, have that portion of Waitemata Local Board, and so I attend their meetings when I can. I send them my monthly report. They don't put it on their agenda, which is fine, and that's all good, because they do have their Waitemata Gulf Ward Councillor, who is their primary councillor. So we manage that fine. There might be other areas where that becomes more of a contention, and you will have seen there in the stuff around Parnell in particular, the issue where the changing of the boundary from 2019, the unhooking, meant that one of the major local board projects around the Erebus Memorial, which has been a very controversial one, ended up in that, not no man's land, but kind of every man's land, of having one local board and then a different ward councillor. And I don't know how much, and perhaps Jen, when Waitemata Local Board speak, might be able to speak to that more in terms of how that has played out for them on the ground. It just means more relationships in my experience, which is not necessarily a bad thing. The other thing to remember is that as ward councillors, our role is primarily regional. And while you do get involved in local issues, you're not necessarily involved in local decisions. So you may have an advocacy role, you may have a role often on behalf of your local board of trying to get something over the line, but you're not necessarily actually making a decision on it directly in the way that a local board is. So it's a little bit of a different relationship. I'm not sure if I've explained that very well, but yeah, hopefully that gives you a sense of it. Oh, sorry, Richard.
Is that it varies with the suburb. For instance, we've had no submissions from some areas affected, Eden Terrace, Grafton and St John's. We didn't receive any submissions, even though they could have moved either way in that sense. But of course there was genuine interest, in particular from Parnell, with some people arguing their community of interest is with the central city, and others strongly feeling their community of interest is with Remuera and the eastern suburbs. And that's a judgment call that we've made and you'll in the end be making.
Yeah.
Yeah, that kind of answers where I was heading, which was, that was a great answer in terms of how it affects council. I kind of wondered how it affects residents.
Yep.
And I am, as you are, I'm sure, mindful of the low engagement that typically happens with voting. And I wonder whether decisions to make the system as simple as possible have knock-on positive effects in terms of engagement. And if you're not quite sure you have an issue, do I go to my ward councillor who sits in somewhere over there, not really much related to my little area like Eden Terrace, which is very small, or do I go to my board my local board, or whether we make it unnecessarily complex if we don't line those boundaries up? Do you have a sense of that? I mean, you answered a little, I guess. If people didn't submit, then you get the sense they don't perceive it to be a problem.
I think, yeah, I'll let John have a go in a second, but I mean, my experience having been in both is that people, if they come to me as a councillor and it's a local board issue, I pass them to the local board and vice versa, but we still end up dealing with a lot of constituency issues because a lot of people have issues with council, and at the end of the day, you know, as long as somebody helps them to sort it out, they're not too fussed about whether you turned out to be a councillor or a local board member, but there is a bit of need to respect each other's boundaries as well, and pass things in an appropriate direction, whether you're passing it geographically or you're passing it in terms of the decision-making level. But John?
That's a very good question. Generally speaking, in Auckland, there's a degree of confusion in big communities as to what ward they're in, what local board they're in, and even from quite well-educated people who've been around and living in the areas for a long time. So in a situation such as that, having a different a local board being in a different ward from what it's traditionally been is confusing. And we've taken 15 years to try and get some semblance of understanding, still struggling with that. So keeping things nice and clear and building on you know, the understandings that have been established, I think is very important at this stage.
And so we have sought alignment as much as we felt we could without compromising the other two aspects. But yeah, again, it's an art, not a science.
I'm pretty good with what we've got here. What I didn't say at the start, and I should, is that tomorrow we're here all day doing a road trip. So we will be taking the whole day to go and explore all of those boundary areas. Wish us luck, but Gwen will navigate us, so we'll be fine. So in terms of our deliberation, there'll be no answers at the moment. We're just questioning. Then we'll go and have a look, and then we'll come back to making our final decision. But it's really important that we get that real feel and perspective and sense. And so those comments about commonality for representation, avoiding too many cross-boundary challenges, they're all important messages for us to understand. Equally so, as we said earlier, communities of interest are really, really important. The legislation guides us. So I think you've got the gist of it. We respect the challenges. I will say I think the presentation that you've made today has been succinct, very clear, very helpful, and the information already provided obviously is top quality. But to be able to have a verbal dialogue is really, really helpful. So I do want to acknowledge that and say thank you. Right. So I think. Are you okay?
Yep. Yes, I'm fine.
Yep.
Yes.
Just be on with just.
Look, I just will take the opportunity to say the quality of the information you've given us is exemplary. You really do notice the size and scale of Auckland Council, the staff support you receive, and the breadth of experience that you all have. It just shines through. It's an exemplary piece of work.
Thanks. So, and I want to acknowledge particularly the staff who are making us look good. So, yeah.
Sorry, and I have been reminded we should have asked this question. So where you had those, non-compliant subdivisions, did you consider adding a member? Did that go into the mix of your thinking, just to help us to understand that?
No, it was not part of the thinking.
Not part of the thinking.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think I think it's fair to say that we felt that the level of non-compliance was not sufficient to justify additional members. We didn't look at it. We also, just to give a little bit of context to that, at the time when we were thinking about those subdivisions, we were also going through that reorganisation proposal, which would have seen significant changes to local board boundaries, the number of local boards, the number of local board members. And so, to be honest, looking at that as a tool probably wasn't top of mind. Yeah.
So when the staff at our end, who are also exemplary, did the numbers and they found we're adding a single person to each of the subdivisions immediately did away with all of the non-compliances and somewhat future-proofed you. Do you have an instinctive reaction to that?
I think my instinctive reaction personally would be to be quite relaxed about that. However, there is a strong, we were looking at reorganisation that potentially halved the number of councillors, halved the number of elected members, and you will have seen in a small number of the submissions a real appetite for fewer elected members, and that is part of the general political conversation. Very early on in our conversations at the Working Party, it became apparent that there wasn't a lot of appetite for increasing the number of elected members. There was also a move in Howick where we have increased the number of members. There were 2 amendments put up at 2 points, one amendment, 2 points in the process to keep it at 9 or even reduce it to 7. So the political appetite for increasing elected members, personally I'm fine with it, but I'm in a minority.
I think that's an excellent point of clarity, and thank you. Right, we're going to do our best to stick to time. I don't know how well we'll go by the end of the day, but we've got a bit of slippage. So can I just say thanks again very much for the observations made, and wish us luck in our deliberations. We're now going to move through, I believe on Zoom, have I got that correct? That Alexis, the chair of Hibiscus and Bays, she's there, fantastic. Welcome, nice to see you, nice to meet you. You've obviously,
Good morning.
You've been observing so far, so you've got a handle on the proceedings. So we're happy to hear.
Yes, I've just been online for 5 minutes. My apologies that I can't be there in person. I really would have liked to, but it's my board's business meeting day today, so it's just a short Zoom call from me. I'm sorry.
No, that's no problem at all. So the opportunity for you is to give us a summation of your submission, just the key points to keep us on our toes, and then we might fire a few questions and then we'll let you get back to the business of the day.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Well, my name's Alexis Poppelbaum. I'm the chair of the Hibiscus and Bays Local Board. The Hibiscus and Bays Local Board is one of the 2 local boards in the Albany ward. We're made up of 2 subdivisions, being the East Coast Bays subdivision and the Hibiscus Coast subdivision. I'm here today on behalf of our local board to respond to the appeal lodged by the Devonport Takapuna Local Board and to reconfirm our support for the Joint Governance Working Party's final proposal for representation arrangements for the 2025 local elections. The Devonport Takapuna Local Board, DTLB, I'm going to refer to them from now on, their appeal proposes to change the ward boundaries quite significantly between the North Shore and the Albany wards. They wish for the DTLB board to gain 3 suburbs from the East Coast Bays subdivision, being Murray's, Marangi Bay and Campbell's Bay, in order to fix the ward numbers issue. North Shore ward, as you'll know, is nearly negative 14% variance and Albany is positive by 10%. There are several serious concerns that we have with the nature of their appeal, which I've outlined in our response, and why we continue to support the Joint Governance Working Party final proposal at this time. Number 1 being the majority of their appeal focuses on the urgent need to resolve the representation arrangements for the 2 wards, as opposed to any sound arguments as to why the suburbs they wish to acquire are communities of interest to them. The arguments they do try to make are poor, and I will address these in a little bit. Number two, if we do focus on their key argument, which is fixing the numbers between their wards and their bid to acquire 3 suburbs from the East Coast Bays subdivision, it inadvertently actually moves the East Coast Bays subdivision from being nearly negative 11% to nearly negative 35%. East Coast Bays cannot move into the Hibiscus Coast subdivision, as those two subdivisions are separated by a large semi-rural geographic boundary, and the communities are very distinct with no communities of interest links. They are chalk and cheese. DTLB's focus has been on fixing ward boundary numbers with no analysis of the implications for local board, subdivision, and community representation within the wards. Their proposal superficially aims to resolve one issue, only to create a secondary worse outcome for the community and Auckland Council more generally. Thirdly, elements of this proposal were considered by the Joint Governance Working Party, but were never publicly consulted on, as it was felt the areas in question were already a strong community of interest. These proposals are significant, yet had not been publicly consulted on. The DTLB feedback to the Joint Governance Working Party went even as far to advocate that it not even go to the Local Government Commission, stating, "We look forward to getting your support as we do not believe that it is necessary for the Local Government Commission to become involved. This attempt to pervert the democratic process by pushing through a proposal that did not have sound community of interest evidence and was neither publicly consulted on or nor raised as a potential option is abhorrent." The East Coast Bays subdivision is a defined area with a very strong community of interest, and this has been the case throughout local government history for the last 75 years. 7 of the 8 bays are in the East Coast Bays subdivision. When the East Coast Bays Borough Council was first formed in 1954, it included the same 7 bays. Castor Bay alone became part of Takapuna Borough because it was immediately adjacent to Milford, which had strong links to the south. Over the years, that boundary has been reinforced through the formation of the East Coast Bays City Council in 1975, and again most recently in Auckland Council itself in 2010, where the communities of interest argument was used again in determining the boundary between Albany and North Shore wards. Aberdeen Road was chosen to separate Campbell's Bay and Castor Bay, or the 2 wards, as it forms a natural geographic ridgeline. The significant coastal cliff mark between Campbell's Bay and Castor Bay also forms a natural geographic boundary. And a suggestion that the Hibiscus and Bays Local Board suburb of Campbell's Bay is a community of interest to DTLB. Their submission points out that for a period of time in North Shore City Council, that Campbell's Bay was part of the Takapuna Community Board. What their submission doesn't detail, however, is that it ended disastrously with much infighting until Campbell's Bay was subsequently returned to the East Coast Bays Community Board. There are 2 arguments that the DTLB submission does finally make in an attempt to argue communities of interest. In their appeal, they make 2 attempts to argue that those Maringi Bay, Murrays Bay and Campbell's Bay suburbs are communities of interest to their local board. One of them relates to school enrolment zones. Unfortunately, this argument solely relates to those suburbs being similar to Castor Bay, just one Devonport Takapuna Local Board suburb, and does not provide rationale why those Hibiscus and Bays Local Board suburbs have a community of interest to the wider DTLB area as a whole. They talk about Campbell's Bay Primary School, they talk about Maringi Bay School, the enrolment zone covers a bit of both. They talk about Murrays Bay Intermediate, which is a little bit strange because that's mostly Hibiscus and Bays and Albany wards, and only one suburb being in DTLB as part of that catchment. But these 3 school zone examples do not form any sound argument as to why those 3 suburbs, again, are closely associated with Castor Bay or provide a sound rationale for these 3 suburbs having a strong community of interest to DTLB. What's conveniently missing from their school enrolment zone examples, though, is New Zealand's biggest high school, Rangitoto College. This high school services mainly Hibiscus and Bays residents, some Upper Harbour local board, and it cuts off at the ward boundary just before DTLB at Aberdeen Road. This example results in 3 suburbs of Hibiscus and Bays having no link with Castor Bay and effectively nullifies their chosen examples. And while primary schools, by their nature, are more numerous and therefore more likely to occasionally cross local board and ward boundaries, secondary school zones more accurately reflect the wider communities of interest by nature of their considerably larger and more representative catchments. In this case, the zoning reveals what a cohesive grouping the East Coast Bays subdivision is and the alignment with the current ward boundaries. Their second argument that they do make, trying to prove a community of interest argument, relates to 2 bus route examples, and I won't go into that any further because it doesn't support any attempts to capture communities of interest, and I could provide examples of bus routes that nullify that. So in conclusion, to wrap up my very fast speaking here, The Hibiscus and Bays Local Board does not support proposals for the DTLB hearing submission to acquire the 3 suburbs from the East Coast Bays subdivision in their appeal to you today. There are no sound arguments identified to prove that the suburbs that they wish to acquire have a community of interest to Devonport Takapuna Local Board. Their proposal results in a worse situation for representation because they're focused on ward number fixing, not looking at the local board impacts within those wards. And finally, I would say that there is a representation discrepancy in the North Shore and Albany wards and within the local boards within those wards. The Albany ward is growing rapidly and it will continue to grow at a very fast rate. The next representation review will, rightly so, need to be significant in order to propose workable solutions to this really complex issue. As part of the next review, we acknowledge that there will be and likely be big change proposals, and that will be the time and the place for open discussion and public consultation. That is a more appropriate response to address the underrepresentation issue of the North Shore ward, not an appeal process to the Local Government Commission to disrupt communities with no public consultation. Thank you very much.
Well, that message was pretty clear. Just again for public record, we, the Commission, offered the invitation to you to make some observations simply to allow us to gather another perspective. The consequence of that is in the right of reply back to Council this afternoon, you may choose to pick up some of the observations that have been made and comment back, and that will just help us. I don't think it's right that we'll go diving into throwing a whole lot of questions now. That's not the right way to do it. We needed to get a perspective. We've got it, and then the Council has the opportunity, as I say, for a right of reply this afternoon, which will help us in our process. So I see this as very constructive. Thank you really sincerely, Alexis, for making the time to give us that perspective, and we'll wish us good luck in our deliberations as we go through this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much for inviting me. I wasn't expecting to have the opportunity to present, so I was very pleased to receive that invitation. So thank you very much and good luck for the rest of the day.
Our pleasure. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, page 8, just so you get yourselves organised here. And presenter George Gillard. Welcome, George. I reckon anywhere where you've got a microphone, we'll be happy. If you feel most comfortable there, that's great. Now just give me 30 seconds to get the right page. Are you... We're in your hands.
Thank you, and thank you for your time and for this opportunity. I'd just like to make the comment that I appreciate that you're spending tomorrow going around the area. That gives me a lot of confidence. And if you want to go to a construction site for one of these apartment buildings on the boundary of Parnell and Newmarket, let me know. I'll get you a hard hat and you can come look at some Rio. I'm a structural engineer. I just want to say, so my name's George Gillard. I'm a local to the city centre area. I live on the eastern edge of the city centre, so a few minutes walk from the Domain. I quite often spend my weekends walking up into the Domain to get out of the city centre, meeting friends in Newmarket, and if I'm out for exercise, I'll come back through Parnell, through Dovermire, Robinson Park, and along the front. And if I'm not walking that way, I tend to catch the bus. The Interlink is the best way of going there, and it's what I do to get to work each day. And I was on there the other day, and I was just thinking, this is sort of exemplary of what I'm trying to communicate in my written submission about the hub around the city centre. And the way that Auckland Transport conveniently puts it is it's the easiest way to get around Auckland's inner city, and the users of the bus, given its reliability, may dispute the easiest part of that. But what it speaks to is this sort of isthmus area, the suburbs connecting Parnell, Ponsonby, Newmarket to the city centre, but also in between. It's only a few stops and $2.80 between Ponsonby and Newmarket. There are similarities between all of those suburbs, and they're quite unique in a way. If you were to put a big mirror down Queen Street, what you'd find is Ponsonby Road reflects what you see on Parnell Road. And if you're going down St George's Bay Road, you see a lot of commonalities with College Hill. It's this combination of residential, commercial, it's the economies that go on there. I did not submit on the initial proposal like a lot of other busy people. I looked at it and I thought, yep, this looks good, move on. But what I would note is that there's very strong local support that came through that for Parnell and Newmarket to move to Waitemata. If you look at all the individual submitters, it's 68% in favour. And if you dial into the affected residents, it's 3 to 1. 3 to 1 is obviously hardly marginal, right? It's very significant. I don't think you get much more of a clearer statement than 3 to 1 in support of moving into Waitemata. There's current confusion in the boundaries, and you see it quite often. If you go up to Dovemeyer Robinson Park in election time, you see all the signs up, and you'll see sign number 1 says candidate X for Waitemata, sign 2 is candidate Y for Ōrākei. And of course, no one knows the difference between local board and ward half the time, and now they're doing, am I Waitemata, am I Ōrākei, what's going on? So what I'd say is the residents feel, to my understanding, that they feel poorly represented and confused. The changes between the initial proposal and the final proposal are not in any way trivial or minor. We're talking about moving 2 suburbs, 12,000 residents. There was no second round of consultation with those residents, although I appreciate the effort that went in on the first round on the initial proposal. One of the comments that was made in the initial proposal was that 41% of people said they wanted better communication. I think this is a good example of where maybe communication could have been better. Was on the change to the final proposal, and again, talking with them and engaging with them. The previous representation review, as we've covered before, was based on some population statistics that maybe weren't quite on the money. And as has been recommended, we can now reverse that back to the pre-2019 arrangements. And in doing so, that meets the Electoral Act requirement to align ward and local board boundaries and does away with confusion. I would also note from the previous review, there was a comment made about the separation of Grafton and Newmarket and Parnell, and it didn't really make a lot of sense. And what we're proposing in the final proposal is to reintroduce that separation between Grafton and Newmarket. And if you go through there tomorrow, there's no delineation between Grafton and Newmarket. They blur together. So it seems like all the stars align, and so what gives? And I've talked about this in my written submission, so I won't talk too much about it right now. But just to touch on them, and where I don't quite see eye to eye with them, there was one argument from the Hapua Thrive group, and I appreciate what they're trying to communicate, but what I make the point of is I'm not convinced it makes for a community of interest. And as we've heard today, the role of a councillor is more regional, and it's probably more in the local board's remit to advocate on water catchment items. And the delivery of those services is not on a ward-by-ward basis, and it's one of those issues that I just think ends up crossing boundaries one way or another. But then if you would come back to the submissions from the residents, they were saying, actually, no, we look more west. We look towards Ponsonby. We don't look towards Hobson Bay. That's a comment that was picked up as well by Councillor Newman to the governing body. The Auckland War Memorial Museum made a comment that I thought was rather confusing, and I'll just make the point that it's the Auckland War Memorial Museum, not the Ōrākei War Memorial Museum. I think most, if not all of us in this room will have been to the museum. It's very popular across Auckland, and also for tourists. And then we moved to the business associations, and they made 153 submissions. That's fewer than the local residents. They're less organic, because of course it's a templated form. You pop your name on it, and away you go. And yet it seems to be given more weight against the local views. And this is something that Councillor Watson picked up on in his comments to the governing body. It's not known if any of these submitters were residents. And I just dispute the logic, partly because I regularly go to Newmarket and I'm not from Ōrākei. I'd make the point that the data we saw today from the marketing was that it was based on 2016 data, but Westfield Newmarket opened in 2019 and is a signature shopping destination that attracts people from across the area, like Sylvia Park. It's not attracted to one particular suburb. I'd also make the point that it sets a rather concerning precedent, I think, that if we're going to say that the councillor for an area where there's a shopping centre should represent the people that come from a few miles away, a few kilometres away, rather than the residents itself, could be applied into other shopping destinations. I think that sort of opens a can of worms. I won't touch on the process, other than just to say that I appreciate the work that's gone on to date, and I appreciate it's quite a long process, and obviously we disagree in places, and I acknowledge the role of the Local Government Commission in, I guess, scrutinising that process and holding to account. So just to recap, the boundaries can align, the logic works, we can meet all the objectives of the Local Government Act, the residents want to be Waitemata, the local board wants to be Waitemata. The cases against, I don't feel, are compelling, not sufficiently compelling. And if we were to change from the initial proposal to the final proposal without consultation, I think the reasons for that must be so compelling that to disagree would be illogical, and that's just not the case. So with that, thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Presented in a very engineer-like manner. Well done.
I'll put that on my CV.
In the right of reply to council, it will be useful to get some clarity specifically around the issue that George has raised in regarding to residents and shoppers. So I think it's pretty obvious that that's the question we were going to fire anyway. So I think in your right of reply, what's the justification? How does that actually work?
And of course, it's residents and shop and business owners and shoppers, because shop and business owners, so slightly swaying in the other direction, those business owners, of course, pay rates in their own right. So they also do have a right to submit as owners. It's not just on behalf of their shoppers. So I'd be kind of interested in how you weighed that up. Thank you.
To be frank with you, I think that will be the only key question that we'd want to pull out. We've got our heads around the observations that you've made. I think you've reinforced them really well in terms of your original submission and how you've reinforced it now. So we've got a level of comfort with what you've presented.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you. Gail, you're here.
I'm already here.
Good, welcome.
Hi. So my name's Gail Baldock, and my background is not structural engineering, it's architecture. So maybe you'll get a little bit of a more flamboyant presentation here. I live in the Waitemata local board area and ward area in Westmere. And the last time round, they tried to slice us off. The last time round that they were changing boundaries, and we totally and utterly objected that we are of like interest to our neighbours. And I would like to say that I believe that we're in like interests of what is the boundary of the local board, and most people that are voters don't actually know that the board is set up in a plan area and that the ward is set up by the number of people, and that the number of people isn't necessarily the number of voters. And because in the central area you have a population that is transient because they're foreign students, etc., last time they got it completely wrong in needing to divide this up. The other part about it is that the confusion that comes from getting a different pack of who you get to vote for from your neighbour, if you happen to be in a board area that doesn't align with the ward area, makes it obviously that, and it was proven, that less people voted. And I would like to suggest to the Commission, and I must also say thank you to the Commission for being non-partisan, because the previous times it seemed to have some political reasoning behind the slicing off of our area. The board area is set up with clear boundaries that come through from natural features and motorways, and it really delineates what is the central area of Auckland that aligns with what is the Central Link bus, but mostly of how people feel what is the centre of Auckland. So when I say buses, it's not just the link bus, it's also the tourist buses that go between the civic centre and the civic amenities. So the civic amenities are obviously the harbour, Queen Street shopping, Newmarket shopping, Parnell shopping, all of those align with each other and are of like interests and where people want to visit if they're visiting the centre. It's obviously the town hall, right where we are now, the Aotea Centre, the Civic Theatre, all of these things come together to be the civic amenities. And one of those important parts is just slightly up on the hill is our museum. And the museum aligns completely in like interests with the people around Parnell and Newmarket and Grafton and Eden Terrace. And I believe that there's a mistake here in not including Eden Terrace into the area that is the central area of Waitemata. The original board boundaries do align with like interests. There's a lot of thought that went into that, and this moving number of population that comes with wards being then it's going to grow too big and we need to change it has been proven already that that's not the case. And unfortunately, that's not on voters, it's actually on how many people are in this area. So I used to live in Parnell. As I said, I live in Westmere now. I lived there for quite some time, and it was always a feeling that we were all part of this centre of Auckland with like interests. And I think it's a huge mistake to slice off Parnell, Newmarket, or Grafton. Or Eden Terrace. And Eden Terrace and Grafton are very aligned with like interests. If you said to someone, where's the boundary here, they would assume that that was all the same area. So I think that that's a mistake to take off to take off Eden Terrace, and putting Grafton back was a good idea, and so Eden Terrace aligns with that. But to take off Parnell and Newmarket is really to just not have an understanding about what central Auckland is. And
Can I stop you for a second? Have we got a map of that area?
the map that was up before showed that quite clearly. Julie, you might want to put that map that I've got it. Yep.
Just be useful to have that up while you're talking to it.
I think you have got paper copies of maps as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Can I suggest that maybe it's that one that had the aerial view that shows that's zoomed in on that area? Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that helps for that particular piece, but for looking at the overall boundary, it's the Waitemata region is divided off by the stream the other side of the Motat Aviation Hall, the motorway, and on this side, the stream delineates it more than the new suggested putting the people of Parnell and Newmarket in with Aoraki. And as we all know, the shopping in Newmarket and the shopping street is pretty dead as Queen Street. Thanks Auckland Transport for both of those, in my view. But the 277, you can see by all of the reports on how the roads have been blocked by people coming from wide areas to go to 277, their business association suggesting that their patrons come from Aoraki, in my view, is a nonsense. And I think you'll find, if you think about those news items about the traffic blockage for people coming from a long way around, that also agrees with that. What else did I need to say? Sorry, I didn't have a written. You can ask me questions.
You're right. So just to bring this to a head, if the final decision is the one that's adopted, how are people in your mind disadvantaged? The daily life of residents in that area, help me to understand, should this be, I'm not saying it is, but should, based on
Should the
what's
boundary
presented there,
change
if
happen
those, yeah, what's,
and those two be
yeah, how are-
sliced off?
how are people disadvantaged?
Well, I think that people in all of this area consider themselves to be part of the centre hub of Auckland, that civic centre, that the CBD is a smaller thing, but the civic centre, and that Parnell is definitely associated with the domain, and the domain is definitely associated with the civic centre of Auckland. But the biggest disadvantage is the confusion that people have. I've even spoken to a reporter who didn't know that the board was a plan boundary and that the ward was a population boundary. So if a reporter doesn't know that, how are the people in general to know that? So if you get to the place that you confuse them and that their neighbour, who they associate with, obviously, is in the next ward area, and here they're getting all these, oh, are we in Auraki? Are we in, we're in Whangatara, oh, sorry, we're Waitemata. I don't know where Whangamata came from. We're in Waitemata board area, and how come we're not in the same? And the average person really doesn't know. And the biggest thing is that the councillors and the board members need to be voted in by as many people as possible, and we shouldn't be doing things that reduce the number of voters. We should be doing things to increase the number of voters. And I believe that there's a problem in how we actually advertise who the possible people are for these roles. We don't go and have each of our board members having a CV of what their skills are and how they can actually help people. So we're making it that this is just a pictorial thing on people, and now you're adding confusion to it by not aligning the two boundaries. And there's no reason to not align the boundaries, simply because there is that shifting population in the centre of Auckland, and it's not about voters. So we all know that when they set the super city up that they made some big errors, and one of them is this era of having two rules about how you delineate between boards and wards, in my opinion.
Right, I think we've got the message, Gail. I think the easiest observation to make is when we have our wander tomorrow. Yes. I think that's going to help considerably to appreciate those observations that you are making. So wish us luck in our deliberation.
I'll do more than wish you luck. I would suggest to you that when you are not sure, just ask a person in the street. Mm-hmm. Just say, do you know the difference between the council's board and ward boundaries? Yep. They'll say no. Yep. But then say, do you associate yourself, this person in Parnell, do you associate yourself more with the centre of the city or more with Auraki, Remuera? Okay. And you'll find out.
Just hold on for a second.
Any more questions?
We're all good. Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation.
Happy to.
Welcome, gentlemen. The Parnell Community Committee. We're only 3 minutes behind schedule. We're not doing too bad. You've been there since the start, so you've seen the process. We're in your hands. I'll just hold on for 1 second. We'll just get the right page. Just hold on. Okay, we're in your hands.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Roger Burton, Parnell Community Committee Secretary, and with me is Luke Neary, our Chair. I just better have a glass of this water, thank you. Look, thank you for this opportunity to address you on the Parnell Community Committee's objection to the final proposal for representation arrangements for the 2025 local body elections. Parnell Community Committee Inc. is Parnell's Residents Association, and I have to say we're going to change the name because Parnell Community Committee Inc. is a little bit difficult, much of a mouthful. We're an incorporated society representing the interests of the community and ratepayers of Parnell. We currently have 839 Parnell residents on our mailing list and offer our resources to everyone who calls Parnell home. As we stated in our written objection, we did not make a submission on the Council's initial proposal because we interpreted the key objective of the representation review was the alignment of boundaries, which we wholeheartedly agree with. One of the key reasons, and we've heard it from Gail and from George, one of the key reasons for poor voter turnout from Parnell residents is because the lack of alignment between ward and local board boundaries is way too confusing. We have Desley Simpson, Oraki Ward Councillor, as our ward councillor, and Waitemata as our local board. Mike Lee is the Waitemata and Golf Councillor, and Desley has delegated her involvement with the Waitemata local board to him. So in essence, we don't have a councillor representation on the Waitemata local board. In essence, at the last two elections, we were actually being asked to give a vote to a councillor and a local board who never the twain shall meet, which totally defeats the purpose of the council electoral structure and is why the Parnell resident voter is thoroughly confused. The boundaries must be aligned as set out in the initial proposal, with Parnell, Newmarket, Grafton and Eden Terrace to be realigned with the Waitemata local board boundary as was in place from 2010 to 2019. The council got it wrong in 2019 based on spurious expectations of population growth that never happened. Even today, the latest census numbers don't alter that fact and do continue to support the realignment back to pre-2019. This time around, the Waitemata local board and council staff support the realignment of Parnell, Newmarket, Grafton ward boundaries back into the Waitemata local board boundary. This has been ignored by the council's joint venture governance working party, as has the 68% of individual public submissions for realignment. They have instead aligned with the 8% who opposed it, which means the final proposal does not reflect the views of the community and therefore does not serve the community and residents of Parnell or Newmarket and Grafton for that matter. As Auckland's first suburb, Parnell has much in common with other Waitemata suburbs, Ponsonby, Herne Bay, St Mary's Bay, Freeman's Bay, etc., that also make up the Auckland inner city. And the logic that created this foundation when the super city was created in November 2010 remains very pertinent today and will do so for the foreseeable future. In future, if population numbers do grow exponentially, then by all means shift the boundaries, but do them together, as the community must have a ward councillor to support their community through their local board. Now is the time to put things back together as established in the original super city structure back in 2010. And I'd just like to add, as a Parnell resident, I live in Parnell. My post office is the central post office in Wellesley Street in the city, and my main food shopping is done at New World and Freeman's Bay. Yes, I go to Newmarket, but I do everything through the city. And that's all I have, so thank you for that, and take whatever question.
I'd just like to make a point. The word is connection. You know, how is the CBD connected and the suburbs, the hub around it? One of the ways we remain connected to the west is via plan changes. And we've got Plan Change 78, which is the intensification of Auckland. We have worked and supported Freeman's Bay, Herne Bay, St Mary's Bay in terms of a combined response in unison to that plan change. The other one, a little one, but a really important one, we worked with Freeman's Bay and Arch Hill to save pocket parks in Freeman's Bay and Arch Hill. So we're Parnell, but we love parks. And I think the people that live in the hub around the CBD are very park centric. So, and we were successful in that. So, I think Julie used the words, it's all about like-minded people working together. And we've demonstrated since day one a shared view with all the suburbs of Waitemata. So to retain that is critical. Let's go back to go forward. Thank you.
Brilliant, gentlemen. Thanks for those observations. You might want to turn those mics off, otherwise I think it'll, yeah. I think going back to the right of reply, which is kind of like crucial when we go through this process, it might be useful to articulate the justification from the initial proposal to the final proposal, just because that's where the angst is. And I think it'd be useful to hear that, and then that will help us when we go out on the road tomorrow. Is that fair? There's almost an element of guilt of not asking questions. So I'm just making really sure. So I mean, and I do say that because obviously there's a lot of effort and energy that goes into this, and you've had to travel in and do the presentations. But please don't think that just because we don't ask any questions, we're not interested. We've got it, we've read it, we understand it. We'll go and do our walk around tomorrow, and that'll help us when we come to those final conclusions. But so thanks for the energy. Okay, so we're going to take a break, and I think we're coming back at, what time are we coming back? 11:20. So we'll reconvene at 11:20. Thank you. Welcome, Mike. Brilliant. We're just waiting for fellow Commissioner to indulge in more coffee.
Apologies, Councillor.
Right, we're reconvening and welcome Councillor Lee to the table. Councillor Lee or Mike? It's Mike today, isn't it?
Up to you,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. And so we're in your hands. You've observed the process. So we look forward to your observations.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I must express my sincere gratitude for you giving us the opportunity to be able to present on this matter today. Interestingly enough, the last time I was in the presence of the Local Government Commission was back in 2009 under the chairmanship of Sue Piper, and I think Commissioner Bull was present as well. And interestingly enough, given the topic I wish to address, the discussion was on the formation of the to-be Auckland Council Supercity wards and local board areas. And I must say that the Commission did a superb job in establishing those boundaries. I must declare an interest because I think I'm in a fairly unique position. I'm the elected councillor for the Waitemata and Gulf Ward, which I wish to talk about, having represented this ward from 2010 to 2019 and from 2022 to the present. I am a political independent. I was elected 3 times under the ward's original boundaries and again in 2022 under the present misaligned boundaries. As a member of the governing body, I voted against the adoption of the final proposal as it relates to the boundaries of the Waitemata and Gulf Ward. My objection is to the Council adopting a fundamentally different final proposal to the publicly notified initial proposal, abandoning the key provisions of the initial proposal recommended by council officers in the case of this particular ward, which was supported by the overwhelming weight of public submissions. These were to realign the boundaries of the Waitemata and Gulf Ward and the Waitemata local board area to include once again the suburbs of Parnell, Newmarket and Grafton, in effect to essentially restore the ward and its common boundaries so carefully established by the Local Government Commission in 2009, which of course remained in place from the beginning of the Auckland Council from 2010 to 2019. To go back to the Local Electoral Act 2001, my objection is based on the following grounds. The decision by the Council is in conflict with the principles of the Local Electoral Act. I'm not going to read these, but I've highlighted these in my submission. I would note 4.1.2 in particular, the provision of elections that are managed independently from the elected body. I'll come back to that question. It also, obviously, fair and effective representation and public confidence are salient issues here. My comment in regard to this, separating the boundaries has not promoted confidence in the local electoral process. In fact, it has done the opposite. To demonstrate this, local election turnout in 2019, after the separation of boundaries and removal of Parnell, Newmarket and Grafton from the ward, fell 7 percentage points from 42% in 2016 to 35% in 2019. In 2022, under the new reduced boundaries, it recovered somewhat to 39.5%, but noting this figure is boosted somewhat by the relatively high turnout on the islands, Aotea, Great Barrier and Waihi. The next point of the Local Electoral Act, section 19T, effective representation. Again, I'm not going to go through these in detail. You'll be way more familiar with them than me, but I've highlighted the points that I think are relevant. So my comment is, well, the last point is very, very a cardinal one, I believe, that so far as practicable, subdivision boundaries coincide with ward boundaries. Now, in terms of effective representation, you'll have heard from local submitters that the present misalignment of the ward and local board boundaries does not provide effective representation of communities of interest. And there's a lot of material about this in the written submissions, I'm aware of that. Section 19V, fair representation. My comment on this, in terms of fair representation, you'll have heard from submitters that the present misalignment of the ward and local board boundaries do not provide fair representation for electors in the ward, especially for those resident where the local board area and the ward boundaries have been misaligned. Nor, I might add, has the process in deliberately misaligning those boundaries and then keeping them misaligned been fair. In fact, it has been egregiously unfair and undemocratic. Inaccurate population figures. I don't want to rake over old coals, but what happened in the past is directly material to the problem we're dealing with today. It has now been generally conceded that the 2018 decision by the Council and its joint governance working party, made up of councillors and local board members, to reconfigure and separate the ward and local board boundaries was rationalised on population figures which were egregiously wrong. The claimed ward population figure used in 2018 to justify slicing off Parnell, Newmarket and Grafton was 119,100 people. But after the deed was done, the 2018 census figures released by the Minister of Statistics immediately after the 2019 local body elections revealed the correct population figure in the ward as originally constituted in 2018 was only 92,865. The figures used to justify the shrinking the ward, but not the local board area, was at 235, a 28% overestimate. It's quite remarkable how inaccurate that was. Now, the ward's population in 2024, given the ward is a smaller entity than it was, there is still a problem in the figures used by Council in its representation review. I note that in the Council's 2024 interim proposal, the population within the ward, within its reduced boundaries, was estimated to be 79,800. But the official figure released by the Stats Department from the 2023 census is only 74,130. Therefore, 5,670 less people than the Council estimates. The faulty figures which were used in 2018, along with the 10% rule to justify dismantling the ward and local boundaries established by the Local Government Commission in 2009, raised questions about efficiency and the provenance of the figures being used. And I believe there is a solution to this. The 2024 Representation Review Decisions of Auckland Council Joint Governance Working Party. I'm going to be frank here, and I am aware that the members, political members of the Joint Governance Working Party will have a right of reply. Someone once said, believed to be Mark Twain, but others say no, it wasn't, history never repeats, but it often rhymes. The 2024 Representation Review Decisions of Auckland Council's Joint Governance Working Party relating to the Waitemata and Gulf Ward, confirmed by the Council's governing body, overrides the wishes of 68% of individual submitters who supported the Council's initial proposal and the restoration of the ward's original boundaries. In 2018, the Joint Governance Working Party ignored and overrode 88% of public submissions, which argued to keep the boundaries as they were, as established by the Local Government Commission.
Mike, I don't know if you realise, but the 10 minutes is well and truly done. The idea was you would give a summary of your
Okay, I'm going to move, I'll leave that where it is, and I'll move to the final part. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We have read it.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to move to the gist of my submission. I submit, halfway down the page, I submit that the business of making and changing local electorate boundaries should not be made by local politicians who have a party, political or personal interest in the outcome, including myself. I note in reference to the principles of the Act, Section 4.2, the provision of elections that are managed independently from the elected body. This is always assumed to refer to the mechanics of the election itself, but given we're talking about a principle, its wider implications should always be borne in mind. As in the case of parliamentary electorates and their adjustments, an independent representation commission should undertake this task. In the case of local body elections, the Local Government Commission, which it should be noted, did an exemplary job in establishing the Auckland Council wards and local board areas in the first place, is the expert, independent and respected body which should have been given this task. I note that the Local Government Auckland Act 2009, Sections 34 and 35 mandated the Commission for this role, but unfortunately these sections of the Act were repealed in 2012. However, there is nothing to stop the Local Government Commission doing this now by arrangement with the Council, and I would recommend the Local Government Commission should be given this role in future, and it should be formalised in legislation. And of course, given the problem with erroneous population figures, representation reviews should be timed to enable the use of accurate figures from Statistics New Zealand. Local government democracy and fair and effective representation of electors is too important to allow this debacle to ever happen again. I ask that the Commission rejects the final proposal and that the realignment of the city ward boundaries for the Waitemata and Gulf Ward as set out in the interim proposal, supported by 68% of local submitters, be upheld. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. There's going to be a couple of questions, I think.
Can you tell me, Mike, do you think Eden Terrace, what do you think should happen to that part?
Could you say that a little bit louder?
So where Eden Terrace currently sits, which ward would you put that into, that little part?
You're talking about Eden Terrace?
Yeah.
Well, to be honest with you, Commissioner, in terms of adjusting boundaries, I recognise that they cannot be set in stone, as it were. There is need for flexibility. Eden Terrace was in the original ward boundary. The real population figures in the ward, despite the council's strategic intent to intensify and boost population in the central city, actually seems to be going the other way. So it must work in with the 10% rule, effective and fair representation. So if the numbers fit, put it back. Thank you.
And one more quick question. So in terms of relative weighting of the plus or minus 10% rule versus the relative weighting of aligning local board and ward boundaries, where would you put your emphasis?
Well, ideally, as the Act says, requires, the boundaries should be put together, and therefore the same rules should the same logic should apply. And I think this has somehow got separated with this unbalance, and I believe ill-considered, poor decision to separate these two entities. It's quite clear, it's no secret that the Auckland Central or Waitemata and Gulf is a kind of a high profile area. It's kind of quite a politically active area. And if you look at all the people in terms of the parliamentary electorate going back to former Governor George Grey, it's a high-profile area, a sensitive area, and the Waitemata Local Board and the Waitemata and Gulf Board, which is the local government, or regional government version of Auckland Central, should be aligned. Thank you.
Brilliant. I think we've certainly got the message, and I think those questions have been helpful as well. So thank you very, very much for the presentation, Mike. Cheers.
Thank you.
Thank you. And following that theme of the Waitemata, the local board representative, Alan, is Alan here? Alan Matson? Oh, welcome, Alan. Got it.
And with me, the Chair of Waitemata Local Board, Genevieve Sage.
Good
Welcome,
morning,
Genevieve.
Mr.
Welcome.
Chair.
Fantastic. You've been following the process. I don't need to give you any sort of update, do I? You've been here for a while?
I haven't, the Chair has.
Okay, trust the Chair.
Her name's on the appeal.
Okay, we're in your hands.
Thank you for having us and hearing us. You've heard many issues and you've got a lot to consider. The subject of our appeal is very narrow, as you'll see, and it's just the discrepancy between the governing board resolution around Parnell and Newmarket and our local board resolutions. So the initial proposal went out and Parnell and Newmarket were to remain, or they were, should I say, they were to come back into Waitemata, and then the Joint Governance Working Group made recommendations to the contrary, which the board accepted and made that decision. And so the essence, really, 19JAA of that Local Government Act says quite clearly, so far as is practicable, local board boundaries coincide with ward boundaries, and that's something the unitary authority must ensure that. So we just rely on your giving effect to the Act. So that's the essence of it. The Chair has a few other comments to make, if I could hand over to her. And then you can ask either us any questions.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you very much for allowing us to speak today, Mr. Chair. I just have a few points that I would like to add to what Alan said. Earlier it was mentioned that the Waitemata Local Board doesn't have a councillor rep, but that's actually not quite accurate. We do have councillor representatives. It's just that we have a high number of councillor representatives in our local board area. We have 4 of them. So I do think that's quite a high number of councillors in the area. We've got an unusual area in that on a daily basis, our ward or board increases in population by over 100,000 generally. While these figures are not taken into consideration for the purposes of this discussion, I think it's really important that you keep this in the back of your mind. There's a conflict that arises between the initial proposal recommended by council officers, which aligned with the Waitemata Local Board recommendation to reinstate the alignment of ward and board boundary in the area of Parnell and Newmarket, and the amendment to the initial proposal and the other influences which led to the opposing decision by the governing body. I think that needs to be taken into account as well. The initial recommendation would ensure the representation would be well within the 10% variation rule and was what the predominant feedback that we had got from the area proposed. Also consistent with the section 19T1C of the Local Electoral Act 2001, I note that it says, as I think Alan had suggested, where appropriate the ward boundaries should align or coincide with the local board area, and the Waitemata Local Board resolved this to effect. I also note earlier in the piece that Councillor Ferry in her introduction stated, if you choose to place the boundary in the right place, we're pretty relaxed about that. Now, I wasn't sure what the right place meant, but I believe that the right place means that you align the ward and board boundaries to make it a more simple process for the constituents. Councillor Ferry also stated that Auckland Central is the most hotly contested electorally in Auckland. I would ask the question, are we not here to represent the best interests of the residents and the people in the area rather than how good we look politically? In 2019, the boundary was moved to ensure the 10% rule was adhered to, and now this number has reverted. So it should be moved back in alignment, in all fairness, to our residents and ratepayers. The current population estimates now allow for adjustments to the ward boundaries in central Auckland, so therefore it stands to reason on precedent that the ward boundary and board boundary should return. I also note earlier in the piece that Councillor John Watson stated that the misalignment is unnecessarily complex if we don't align the board and ward up. This causes confusion. We need to keep things nice and clear. I completely agree with that we do need to keep things nice and clear, and perhaps it is one of the reasons for low voter turnout, that people are unclear about what they're supposed to be voting for. The proposed initial change and the Waitemata Local Board resolution to align the board and ward would lead to positive change and positive outcomes, a clearer understanding for constituents, clearer alignment of board and ward, and this would lead to clearer, more consistent outcomes, positive flow-on effects, and all good for the community. We must be thinking more about what's best for our constituents, the ratepayers, rather than making decisions based on political self-promotion. Thank you very much.
Well done, Genevieve. Thank you.
Do you have anything else?
Oh, sorry. Are you wanting to add further? No?
No, but if you want any more encouragement.
No more encouragement. Just hold on for a moment. I just want to check. So just something, I just needed to check with fellow commissioners that there wasn't anything more that we needed to ask. And if I look like I'm just sort of waffling a bit, it's because I want to be really, really sure that we've appreciated that which you've observed. And there were some subtle little comments about the politics, and I'm really, we're not going into that space. So we're really looking at the reality of the proposal, the final proposal, and we're trying to understand, or need to understand, and we'll look for that in the right of reply from council around, as a consequence of what you've heard, is there any observations you wish to make in relation to your final proposal, having heard other commentary, as we then go away and deliberate and consider. So So clearly there's some pretty strong messaging about what went out and what finally got resolved. And there's a whole lot of gaps in there and a whole lot of commentary, and we've got to filter out the stuff that we don't have any responsibility for and focus on the stuff that we do. And we'll go and take a visit there tomorrow. So I've used up a couple of minutes not asking a question, but I think I've does that help?
Yep, yes. Yes.
Is that right? Okay, all right. So thanks very much for the presentations that you made. I think you've got a sense around the challenges that we have as independents, and we've got a very clear perspective about how this started. It's been 2 years, where it's landed, and why we're here today. You have the last word, Genevieve.
Oh, I was just going to say thank you very much for allowing us to come here and speak to you today and present. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
And present the will of our community. Thank you.
Thank you both.
Thanks.
Okay, so we're now moving to the next presenter is Peter Mars. Welcome, a concerned, what have we got here? Herne Bay representative. No, Drew's not here yet. We'll come back to Joe, sorry. Just give us 1 minute just to get to the right page.
Okay, make it brief.
Right, we're in your hands. Welcome.
Okay, well, I have made my submission, so I've put in my... Did you want me to read that out, did you?
Sorry, so essentially summarise the submission and allow us time to ask questions. I probably should have reintroduced that at the start of the session, I apologise. So don't need to read out the full... you don't need to read out the full initial because we've all read it, but anything that you would like to add in a summary form would be fantastic.
Yeah, okay, so I have made further notes and made some summaries, but it's pretty much said already. But I think from a practical point of view, I'm thinking that the voters should be able to vote for their representatives. Now, as I understand it, it's quite a complex issue, this fact that there's no alignment with the board, the local boards and the ward in this particular case. So I've read a lot of information about this, and it does appear, from what I have researched, I'm not a subject matter expert on this, but from what I have read, it does appear to be a link between a voter turnout and the fact that this misalignment does cause voters to feel disenfranchised. And I can understand that myself, especially with all the relatively controversial decisions that are getting made of late in the councils, in the boards, and the local boards. So if we want to get people to be engaged with these local issues, I believe that they need to feel that their voice is heard. So I think it goes without saying that having a misalignment like this will cause an issue with that. And on a practical point of view, thinking about the number of non-citizen people that we have in the CBD, I think this is probably why we have such it's a unique situation, I think, in this particular Waitemata ward. And I think we need to get more engagement from the people in the community that actually live in this ward. Mm-hmm.
Well,
that's pretty much it. I do. I've read a lot of information online, and I have also read what's been published in Ponsonby News. So it seems to be, on a practical point of view, it does seem to be something that needs to be corrected.
It's reasonable to observe that, as you've seen, there's
Yes.
a number of submitters with
Yeah.
a similar message. Thankfully, it's not the responsibility of the Commission to increase the number of voters that turn out. Thankfully, that's a role for somebody else to deal with. But I understand the science behind that commentary. I'll just check to see if there's any questions. You good? I think given the history of the discussions that we've had, we're at that point where we've got a pretty good handle on what the challenges are. So thank you very much for the presentation.
Yep,
Appreciate
thank
it.
you.
Okay, so there's a couple of gaps that we're waiting for people to come through. So I've been advised.
Sorry, I'm off on the phone. She's waiting to be admitted.
There's no one in our waiting room.
She can hear.
Hold on. Somebody officials go and sort that out outside, because we'll just keep going. So we're going to go to the Devonport Takapuna local board representatives.
One of our members is not here yet.
Let's see if we can get to
Okay, let's take a break and we'll sort ourselves out.
See if we can get to Malcolm.
on the screen, and no doubt you can hear us. And Joe,
I
have you been
can.
observing up to date? Have you got a sense about what's happening?
I have got a sense about what's happening, thank you.
Okay, give me 1 minute to get the page, please. Hold on.
Okay.
Right, we're good to go.
Excellent. Well, look, thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to you today. And I guess I have been listening, and I think a lot of the points that I wanted to make or have made in my submission have been made. And I'm not here to waste the time. I guess I think what's important to note is that I'm making an appeal against the decision because I fundamentally do not believe I was heard by the Working Party. And I know that not because I didn't get what I wanted or what I submitted on, but because when the Working Party reported back to the full council, the chair used my name and talked about what I had submitted, and what she said I had submitted was completely misrepresented and misunderstood. So that left me feeling like I wasn't sure that what I'd said had been heard at all. And I guess for me today to have the opportunity to be heard again is very helpful because it makes me feel at least like I get that chance of rebuttal, which you never get otherwise. So thank you. I guess the point that I was making in my submission, and I just reiterate today, is that where the boundary lies ultimately concerns me less. What has always concerned me is the alignment. And I think that lack of alignment, and enough people have said it today already, is that it causes real and genuine confusion in the community. And as a member of the community involved in what was a controversial issue around the Erebus Memorial, that contributed substantially to the community's confusion and, quite frankly, disengagement and lack of connection with their various councillors and board members. And I think that had it been clear, had it been straightforward, had it been simple, we may still have disagreed, but there wouldn't be that sense of confusion. And because I was one of the people who led that particular kaupapa, I know firsthand that people would come to me and still come to me on issues locally, and they don't know who to go to. And it is unclear. And when it comes to voting, it's unclear. And I think that that is incredibly unhelpful for the community, but also for the relationship between the board members and their community and the councillors and their community. So, I mean, I've listed my objections. I've listed the foundations of my appeal. They're in my submission. You can read them. I'm not going to chat on them forever. But I feel that as a community, we feel poorly represented at times and we feel confused. And anything that the Local Government Commission can do to alleviate that confusion and keep it as simple as possible and as aligned as possible, the better. Because that's the key thing and the key message. And I don't think we can wait before boundaries are perfectly organised or perfectly structured. I think we just have to put it back the way it was, which was the right way and didn't confuse the people who live in the environment. And insofar as which group I feel most connected to, I feel most connected to Ponsonby, because Ponsonby share our situation where we are suburbs, and so does Herne Bay, suburbs right on the edge of the city. We can all walk to the city. We're connected to the city. When I walk out of my house, 20 metres one way and I'm in the city, 20 metres the other, and I've got a beautiful park. So I don't think of myself in any way as connected to Remuera or to Ōrākei. I feel very strongly connected to Waitemata. And I think most people in Parnell do.
So just to clarify, historically, I mean, under the current structure, there's confusion in the camp, in your words, in terms of the issues that have been high profile for you. Council then proposed their initial proposal. Did you like that proposal?
Yeah, to realign the boundaries, absolutely. liked it a lot. And I think a lot of reasons why people didn't submit against it or make submission, I went to submit for it.
Yep.
I think that's possibly why it was confusing, because I was submitting in favour. Because I think that people liked it.
Yeah, so that initial proposal in your mind, and seemingly, is that would have been a step to reduce the confusion that's historically been sitting there. And therefore you're pretty grumpy about the final decision. I got that message, yeah, got it.
only because I was grumpy because I hadn't been heard, but I feel heard now.
Yeah. Okay, right, that's all right for clarity. I'm just going to check with fellow commissioners.
Okay.
I've been told off for covering it.
No, it's good.
Thank
you. Thank you for the opportunity.
We've got the message, and thank you for taking the opportunity and navigating the technology to get here. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome, Michael.
Thank you.
Just give us a couple of seconds to get ourselves aligned, if you don't mind.
Good word.
Right, you've seen the process, you've got your head around it?
Pretty much.
Okay, so the chance for you to summarise your observations, and then we'll fire some questions as we can.
Okay, so I'm Michael Avenel. I'm representing an organisation or a group called Rock the Vote New Zealand. I'll just give you a little bit of background about that. So we are a local advocacy or political group or a watchdog group, primarily based in the Waitemata Local Board area. And we sprung up in 2022, a group of us, essentially friends, who are interested in local democracy and local body issues, decided to get together and do something about it, if you will, and we stood candidates at the 2022 council elections. Since then, we've carried on and sort of formalised ourselves more. We've got a committee, an incorporated society. We've been very active. We come to the monthly Waitemata Local Board meetings every month, and every week a number of us attend the Waitemata Local Board online workshops. We also write letters every month to the Ponsonby News. And so my point there is I just wanted to emphasise that we are very active. We consider ourselves grassroots driven, and we can pick, and we're really quite passionate about what we do. Now, the thing is, along the way, we've had a lot of fun, and we've also educated ourselves, which is an ongoing process. And along that way, I can say that I think the number one thing that has confused us, and we didn't find this out for quite some time, that confused us, we found quite strange, was to find out that the Waitemata Local Board boundaries did not align with the Waitemata Ward boundaries. So that confused us, and in fact we had to have several conversations about it to get a clear understanding of it. So part of my reason for sharing all that, the point is, if it confuses us, and we're very active in the community, it's going to confuse the ratepayers or the residents or the voters as such. So our view, and so we're really surprised to find that Parnell and Newmarket were not under the Waitemata Ward area, or catchment if you like, and our point is that things should be as simplified as possible, as clear cut, there should be no confusion, and that it's almost like a chain of command. You would think that you would have a councillor overseeing one local board area. As I said, that would remove the confusion and keep things clear cut. And yeah, that's essentially the gist of it, really.
So one of the responsibilities of the Commission is to ensure that there's fair representation.
Yep.
So should there be a decision to meet the expectations that you have of those boundary alignments,
yep,
are there pockets of the community that are going to be disadvantaged as a consequence of, well, the realignment isolate or alienate any particular groups that we need to be aware of?
That's a good question. I can't think of anything offhand that there would be disadvantage. I can only see advantages of it being for the clarity of it and to keep things as clean as possible. And for, I think it would be beneficial for the engagement of the community, of the ratepayers and that. Yeah.
Okay, so again, we're going back to the right of reply later on this afternoon.
Yes.
And I suppose it's where we're looking again for that qualification of the reasoning that you've taken, Councillor Ferry, to get to where you are. So I think that's... Sorry.
And again, I come back to Eden Terrace, in that little corner.
Yep.
What would you do there?
Well, that's another good point. So that's something we found out a bit later on, that there was actually, from my understanding, we're still not 100% clear on it. There's actually 3 councillors for the Waitemata local board area. So I think we've got Councillor Desley Simpson, Councillor Mike Lee and Councillor Julie Ferry. We just think that it should just be one councillor to oversee the Waitemata local, and probably, I mean, I know nothing's perfect, but you would think that that would be the model throughout the whole of Auckland.
This is really left field.
Okay.
And it's more to Councillor Ferry for coming back this afternoon. Does the website, is there a page, is there somewhere that people can go to be able to succinctly and easily understand where the boundaries are and who represents them? And if there is it possible to be able to let us see that? It's really interesting, the commentary that's coming through about confusion. And I'd be pretty keen to understand what is it that we currently have available, and then it's as far as I need to go. So if that will be something to look at. Okay.
Thank you.
I think we're done.
Okay.
Brilliant, and thanks for the observations.
Thank you.
Right, we're moving now to the Rodney, am I right? Rodney Local Board? Rodney Local Board representatives. Brent? That's fantastic. Now, this is another occasion where we, the Commission, have invited a local board to the table to provide some observations. So there's nothing in writing here. There's no submission made, but we are just keen to get perspectives as we go through this. So we've put that invitation out and provided the opportunity for your observation. So welcome.
Well, thank you very much for making time to hear from Rodney. I think I can cut to the chase and say that, broadly speaking, in fact, we have resolved to support the proposed changes to the subdivision boundaries in Rodney as a local board. It has been something of a journey. We started off with a fairly diverse bunch of views within the board, and through the process of arriving at this unified position, which was passed pretty much unanimously in the end, we were subjected by a tremendous amount of bullying and harassment from special interest groups like the Northern Action Group, and I think this was unfortunate and unnecessary, because after all, the local board have skin in the game. We are the ones who are being subjected to these changes. These changes are being made for us to help us to better represent our communities of interest. And the harassment and bullying was probably not required, because in the end we came to the unanimous support for what was proposed. But the question I would ask is, what is the problem that we're trying to solve? And are the knobs that we're twiddling on this occasion the right ones? Rodney's 46% of Auckland. It's an hour from anywhere in Rodney to anywhere else.
It's a large number of small communities, and then a couple of larger ones being Kumeu and Warkworth. Probably the long-term solution to the issue is one where we have a change to the ward, where you have a north and a south split, where you have Welsford and Warkworth in the north and Kumeu and Dairy Flat in the south, both going straight across the island, both equally a mixture of rural and urban. And that would probably help because there'd be less travelling involved. Because Rodney is so vast, it is very difficult for anybody on the board to understand or to be exposed to some of the views, some of the interests and concerns that are held by some of the members of the community, because you just don't get the opportunity to see them often enough. It's not Ponsonby, which is where I grew up. You know, it's very difficult for one person to actually have seen enough people to actually feel you have a view for the whole of Rodney. The best you can get is a view for the people that you spend your day-to-day life with. So this is probably an interim step. Long term, we'll get bigger, urban sprawl being what it is, and maybe we'll be 2 small wards rather than 46% of Auckland struggling to be represented successfully by a bunch of people who seem to spend most of their evenings in cars driving all over the countryside. Happy to take any questions.
Thankfully, one of our roles is to not introduce new local boards, so that's something for higher up the food chain than us. So just make that observation, and that can be something you can discuss at a higher level. The essence of your observation, based on us inviting you to give us your perspective so we heard it directly, is that you are generally in support of the final proposal set by council.
Unanimously in support.
Okay. That's
except for Ivan. Oh, sorry. Okay, 9 out of, yeah, 8 out of 9. Thank you. Good point. I'd forgotten. Mostly anyway. But, yeah.
Democratic process took its course, and you're in support.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, that's an omission on my part. Thank you for picking that up.
That's right. Questions? You good? Brilliant. Thanks for making the effort to come in, and thanks for your observations.
Cheers.
Appreciate it. Well done.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission. Yeah, look, I've been here listening to the proceedings earlier on, and to me, it really, our issue really is what the chair of the Hibiscus Bay's local board had to say, and I was surprised she actually address that, because they never made a submission, I don't think, did they? But anyway, this issue of communities of interest, because in the final report of the Auckland Council governing body, they indicated, and was straight up, that Auckland Council didn't comply with the plus or minus 10% rules in relation to the Albany ward and the North Shore ward. And my board takes that quite seriously, that issue there. And one of the witnesses just came up from the supporting the Waitemata local board, mentioned how do you determine this business of communities of interest. Well, Auckland Council's done no work in relation to that. They seem to be just some very subjective thoughts of councillors, mainly councillors from that area, who have come up with this view that it would breach or break the communities of interest of the people who reside in those areas north of the Devonport Takapuna local board in our case, and
also in relation to the Kaipatiki local board over at Unsworth Heights. So we would say that we did put some work together in relation to that, and I don't think it can be dismissed because I think it's some pretty cogent evidence as to why there is a community of interest would still exist, whichever local board area these people that reside in Campbell's Bay, Marangi Bay, east and west, and even Murray's Bay to the north of Marangi Bay. And the other issue is, you know, in our ward, we have newspapers that come out every second week. There's two published by the same company. One is the Devonport Flagstaff, and the other is the Rangitoto Observer. And their reporting staff, they come to all the local board meetings of the Devonport Takapuna local board, and they publish virtually everything that's going on in our area. And obviously we would, if, you know, and we know that today we're not going to be changing local board areas, but in the future, there is a golden opportunity for those areas to be incorporated under the area that's covered by the Rangitoto Observer. So, so all the evidence that we put together and put in with our submission still counts, and I think it's pretty good evidence. The plus or minus 10% rule has not been addressed by Auckland Council or the Working Party group. And it's interesting, I just want to mention in passing that the Working Party actually was 12 members, and I think when they had the vote on this particular issue, it was a 6-all tie, and then they had to use the chair's casting vote to come out with what they've got. So that's an area that that does concern us from our side of the North Shore ward. We obviously understand that if this isn't addressed now, it'll be another 6 years maybe before it's looked at again. And this has just gone, Auckland Council's been existing 15 years. And I've been around in this council. I was here as a councillor for 6 years, and I've been on the local board since my 9th year on the local board. So I've been around for a while. And it's always being put off to another day. And I don't think we can carry on doing this because the rules and the law says, I think, that it must, unless there are good reasons for breaking up communities of interest. And I don't believe that there are good reasons to not break up the areas and just join them together. Now, it'll be a change, but I live in Forest Hill, and I'm pretty close to Marangi Bay and Campbell's Bay, and I know just as many people in that area. I'm in the North Shore Rotary Club, and members of that club are in those areas, and there's a lot of crossover between our area and those areas. Yeah. So, so I think we've done a pretty good job in relation to those communities of interest. If you change the boundaries of the wards, I don't think it's going to be a major. The same local boards will still be working in those areas until the council changes the boundaries of the local wards, of the local boards. So things won't change markedly. And I think if you want to put in the council website as to what board you're in, local board you're in, that's all you get. I don't think you can get told what ward you're in, but I know you can find out what your local board is. So I think we would ask that you don't shy away from making a decision that may sound a harsh or a hard decision when you hear very good submissions from other sides of the argument, but we believe that this must be addressed sometime, and don't wait for another 6 years for Auckland Council to try and get around to doing something. It's interesting that in the local 2023 census results, to me, were far more accurate than the estimation that we're working on here. Now, we're told, oh, we've got to carry on working on these estimated figures. But the figures for the Albany ward, I reckon that it's about 20% over what it should be. Because I've sat and done it by, adding up all the local boards through Auckland. That's the only area you can get a true accurate reading, and then look at it like that. Now, the council person that does the census, I think they're talking about a 15% with these 15.3% above the zero on the plus or minus scale. So it hasn't been addressed very substantially, just doing nothing like this working party and the governing body have decided to do. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Anything to add?
No, look, I think Member Wood sort of outlined our case very well. To me, it's about the democracy, and it's about, which is, the local government, and the purpose of it is about the representation for the people. And with the growing population that they're going to have there, it's the ability to have that fair representation as well. The communities of interest, certainly 100% support that. That the three areas that we're talking about, and specifically in relation to the coastal side of Mairangi Bay, North, South and Campbell's Bay. If you look at the distance between there and the top of the Hibiscus Bays, it's approximately 22 kilometres versus the distance from there to Devonport, which is the southernmost part, which is approximately about 9 kilometres. So, there's always going to be that overlap of communities on boundaries, and I think we all recognise that. But the issues that they will have and the issues that they face are so much more in concert and alignment with the issues of the current Devonport Takapuna Local Board. And as Member Wood mentioned, we're not here to change those boundaries today, but this is a two-step process. And I think if you don't change the ward boundaries, and the population discrepancy is going to grow on that anyway, but you're going to have a bigger problem as well in terms of those local boards eventually. So, the decision really, I feel, falls to you, is do you do something now or do you kick the ball down the road? So,
thanks, Gavin.
Thank you.
Great.
Having heard from the Hibiscus Bays Community Board and now you, and obviously diametrically opposed views, and one of the questions that they raised was about the issue of communities of interest. In your submission, you say, we don't see that they're dissimilar, but did you ask? I mean, did you do any work going out into Mairangi Bay, Campbell's Bay, Unsworth Heights, and actually talk to people and ask where they felt their communities of interest lie prior to suggesting they should shift?
No, we haven't done anything formally. But, I go to Mairangi Bay with a friend to get in and have a cup of, he has coffee, I have tea, on a quite regular basis. He works from home, and we just drive down Manapo Road, and we're in Mairangi Bay. And there's some good cafes in Mairangi Bay. So we get down there and,
I think we might sample those cafes tomorrow when we go and have a look. That's of course for a major metropolitan area. That's always the way. For any ward boundary, it's only going to be 2 minutes and you're in the other ward. But more my issue is how do we determine where those communities of interest lie when the discrepancy is fairly small and we're predicting primarily a future discrepancy and there's an upcoming change anyway, if we haven't gone and talked to the people and asked what they want. I guess that's my concern about your submission.
Well, when the boundaries were established in 2009, it was there was no communities of interest, I don't believe, that had a big impact. This was all part of the former North Shore City Council, and I don't think if you talk to a lot of people, they would find it difficult to actually tell you today right now, if you spoke to them, which is their ward and which is their local board.
So, but what you're suggesting is a misalignment of the boundaries between the ward now and the local board, and don't you think that would make that harder rather than simpler?
Sorry?
Are you, with the changes you're suggesting, the ward boundary and the local ward boundary are no longer going to be aligned, and
No, they wouldn't be aligned, obviously, because...
so everywhere else we're hearing, so you've listened to the other submissions around Grafton and Parnell and Newmarket, and overwhelmingly the presentations are, things are a lot easier for people if we align those boundaries, but you don't feel that?
Well, we can't change them. We're told that any more than 2,000...
You can't change the ward boundary, but
and
the local board...
Or the local board boundaries, unless you go through a proper process, which we've only... this process on this occasion was just in relation to the ward boundaries. And it's obviously it's for electoral purposes. And, you know, the laws, the plus or minus 10% rule was obviously put in there for fairness issues. And, you know, I think, well, it's showing from what's in the latest census, there's going to be a huge amount of change across Auckland because southern wards haven't kept their population. I think a lot of people have probably left the area, gone to Australia. So we're suffering quite a change. But I don't think, you know, I think we've got to try and stay within that plus or minus 10% on the ward issue. Yeah.
Can I just comment on that as well? I think we are mindful that this is obviously there's a two-step process to this, but when you're talking about misalignments, you know if you look in the larger context, the MP's electorate itself doesn't align with our own boundary. It actually aligns further north. So in many respects, you know, it's inevitable that sooner, one day or later, if the boards are to remain as they are, and as the population expands further north and we have that housing explosion continue, then you're going to see that the boards need to, and so do the wards, will have to, unless there's a creation of new boards or wards, which I don't think is what the Mayor's intent has been. Coming down to discussion that you asked around with the residents of the area, no, as Member Wood said, that we haven't formally done any discussion, but anecdotally the evidence suggests that the people that are on those areas, so we have, for instance, Campbell's Bay Primary School and Mairangi Bay School, which are, you know, so we have many of those residents that their children go to those schools, and as a local board we interact with those schools already around issues that may, and they contact us as much as they contact the other local board because they're on those boundaries as they seek funding changes. So I think there's other benefits that will help the community in terms of that by having clarity about who they actually talk to.
I think Murray's Bay Intermediate, which we mentioned in our submission, and Hibiscus Bay said, oh, it's got no relevance. Well, it has, because the school zone for Murray's Bay Intermediate goes right down to Milford. Commodore Parry Road in Milford is the southern boundary for that particular school. And you've got the Campbell's Bay Primary School, which is in Aberdeen Road. It goes right through Campbell's Bay, but it also does Castor Bay, which is in our local board area. So, and then you've got Mairangi Bay Primary. It also goes across East Coast Road into Sunnynook. So there's, I mean, people don't, nothing seems to follow in a systematic way in relation to boundaries. And that's where the buses come in. You know, we believe that there's buses that go right up and down the bays, and that gives a kind of joined up feeling for people that live in that area. Yeah.
Yes, well, in your submission, you've detailed all of those schools. So we've had a good look at that. I suppose, you know, this just highlights the great challenge, isn't it, about fair and effective representation and the variables that we've got there. It will be useful, though, again in the right of reply, given that we've got a map which is a suggested proposition from appellants, just to get some perspectives and feedbacks around what the value of that may or may not be. There's been quite a lot of talk about a two-step process, what we might do now and what might happen next time. And I've got we haven't talked yet, but I've got a sense that we will want to have quite a useful discussion capturing what might be able to be realistically achieved now and signalling pretty strongly what the next round should be looking at. So I think that's where, as I say, we haven't talked yet, but I've got a sense around, I think that's where we're heading. So thanks very much for the observations. Appreciate the effort and energy. Well done, George, and thanks, Gavin.
Thank you very much for your time.
Cheers. Okay, so we've got the Kaipatiki Local Board. Welcome, team. So we've got John and Danielle. Fantastic. Now, you've been observing in the back row there. You've got a bit of a perspective of how it all works.
We do.
So we look forward to your observations, and I think we're already on the right page. Quite efficient, really. We're in your hands.
Excellent, thank you very much. Tēnā koutou katoa, thank you very much for having us here today. My name is John Gillen, I'm Chair of the Kaipatiki Local Board, and this is Danielle Grant, Deputy Chair of the Kaipatiki Local Board. We're taking our appeal as read, but we'll reiterate a few points regarding the boundary between Albany and North Shore wards, and I'm then happy to answer any questions. The Kaipatiki Local Board are very concerned that the Auckland Council governing body is prepared to continue a breach of the fairness and representation rule in both Albany and North Shore wards, and we agree with the Devonport Takapuna Local Board that any breach is unnecessary due to viable alternatives. If the Council's final proposal is adopted, then this will, as is, then this will be the only ward breach in Auckland, and that is completely unnecessary, ward breach. We'd like you to note that in the original proposal from the Joint Governance Working Party, the boundary was proposed to be moved, with Unsworth Heights to be moved from the Albany ward to the North Shore ward. Unfortunately, this proposal was removed by the governing body prior to putting the initial proposal out to public consultation, so we were deprived of the opportunity to hear from the public on this matter. So I'm now going to cover off the numbers and geography aspects of our argument, and then I'll hand over to Danielle to cover off the community of interest. The percentages between all wards across Auckland should be as close to 0% as possible to meet the fairness of representation rule, with an ample allowance of plus or minus 10% leeway. This is to ensure that each council represents around the same number of the population. However, under the proposal, each Albany ward councillor represents some 20,000 more people each than their North Shore ward counterparts. That is huge, and it is skewing local representation on the North Shore. We believe that the plus or minus 10% shouldn't ever be breached unless there is no alternative. But in the case of North Shore and Albany wards, there are viable alternatives that both meet the fairness rule and the community of interest requirements. And the new census figures that Devonport Takapuna Local Board members mentioned show this misalignment is increasing dramatically on the Albany side, which will now be in breach at 15.3%, up from around 10%. So you heard from Devonport Takapuna on some alternatives on their side of the ward. The Kaipatiki Local Board strongly believes that the viable and obvious solution to much of this is to transfer the suburb of Unsworth Heights from Albany to North Shore. Geographically, Unsworth Heights is a contiguous suburban area from Glenfield and Tote Vale. It is very clearly separated from the remainder of the residential Albany ward, such as Greenhithe and Snapper Rock, by the Upper Harbour Highway, which is essentially an extension of the motorway, and the huge industrial area of Rosedale and Albany. And thank you for putting that map up from our appeal. And as you can see from that map, actually the zoning there, so the purple is the industrial area, and then the beige is the residential area there, and you can see that it all aligns there. I hope that you're able to visit this area tomorrow to see the very clear demarcation in real life when you're there on the ground compared to the current artificial boundary of Sunset Road. So I hope that you will be visiting the Upper Harbour Highway. What particularly concerns us about the situation, it is well known that the Albany ward is growing at a phenomenal rate compared to North Shore ward, and there is no doubt that a ward boundary adjustment will be needed. And as the North Shore ward can only be adjusted in one direction, due to being surrounded by ocean on the other sides, it's logical that the North Shore will need to expand to the north into the Albany ward to improve the percentages for both wards. So the geography and the numbers will work out, and now Danielle will speak to the community of interest.
Thank you, John, and thank you for hearing us today. In terms of a community of interest, Unsworth Heights is just a little stone's throw away from Glenfield. Having lived in the area for a very, very long time and having served on our Kaipātiki local board since 2013, and I live very close into the area and have done and been involved with the schools, this is a simple connection. Unsworth Heights people use the Glenfield swimming pool. The Glenfield Mall has great shopping amenity. It's often known as a well-priced option and brings the community easily into the area. It's a simple matter of driving down the Albany Highway onto Glenfield Road, and there you are with the pool and leisure centre, the library, the mall, McDonald's, all of those things that young and old seem to easily enjoy. We have a very strong connection with our community. Often we're out at engagements, activations, and we're talking to people. Where is home for you? Is often the question that we will ask. And often in our Glenfield community, we are finding that it's our Unsworth community who are there and active, very active in daily life. The Target Road School is very much as part of their zoned area, is Unsworth Heights. And our community just see themselves as one. So really we're saying that for fairness, we need to see these numbers realigned. We're coastally surrounded, we can only go north. This is our viable option and we welcome them with open arms.
Okay, I think we've got some issues. I do want to go right back, John, at the start. I wasn't quick enough to write it down. You made an observation that prior to the initial proposal, something was removed. I wasn't quick enough to get it.
Okay, so the original proposal the Joint Governance Working Party put forward to the governing body included amalgamation of local boards and other things as well, but it included moving the boundary to basically what we're proposing. But the governing body removed that option, so it wasn't in the official, initial proposal that went out for consultation. So we lost the opportunity to consult on whether Unsworth Heights should move in the ward. We also lost the opportunity to put forward any local board boundary changes as well, because the governing body opted not to use go for reorganisation.
Right, I've got that. Unsworth, are you going to...
Did you sit through the last submission from the community board?
Yes, we did.
Do you have a view on Mairangi Bay, Campbell's Bay, which they also proposed to move into the North Shore?
Yeah, we want to see the overall fairness attributed to the North Shore ward. And for Kaipātiki, we've formally resolved for the Unsworth Heights solution, and the Devonport Takapuna local board have formally resolved for them what they believe the two. And yes, we do support one another to achieve the best outcome for our broader community. We feel that, we'd like to strongly support what Gavin and George had said earlier, in that we definitely see this as a two-step process. We want the local boards to be aligned with the wards, of course, but right now we're being disadvantaged either way, and that representation is at the absolute extreme level. At the moment we're below 10%, and what we're seeing happening for Unsworth, for Albany, is that they're above 15%. That's a huge margin. That's a massive discrepancy between the two.
Okay, just a sort of like a generic comment around the plus or minus 10%. That is not set in concrete. We are we're pretty flexible, to be frank, as as a process over many years. So there are some local authorities who are incredibly rigid to it. There's others that are more flexible. I think our greater interest is fair and effective representation and communities of interest.
Yes, absolutely.
That's really where we focus.
Can I ask a question
I thought
of
that
you,
would
of you, sir? Can I ask a question of you, sir, then? What is your limit? Because it should be as close to zero as possible. 10% either way should be the maximum or minimum, beyond which you've got a problem with representation. So where does the Local Government Commission see that boundary as actually being then?
Well, as I say, it's not a rigid number. So if you go to the bottom of the South Island, we could be 30%. There'll be other areas. In fact, 30% is about right.
For Stewart Islands.
Yeah. So we're not going to get into great detail of it, but what we are signalling, and we've signalled to local authorities as they go through the process, is that if a break of the 10% rule enhances community of interest and fair and effective representation, then don't feel uncomfortable about that. Is that fair language? Yeah. So that's the language that that we would use.
I think for us, we are very happy to bring in another suburban area that is so closely aligned with Glenfield in day-to-day life, a mere stone's throw, to actually work to get fairer representation. We can't go anywhere else. Really, there's no south, east, west options. We have the Waitemata surrounding us, so we have to go north. And what we're seeing is that the growth just isn't happening. I think COVID changed everything for us. Development investment has slowed down. We're not seeing that growth of residential that we had anticipated on the North Shore, and it's going to take quite some time before we actually see that happening in the North Shore. It's definitely happening in Albany, but that is more of those greenfields being developed. It's a different financial opportunity, if you like.
And I'd emphasise again then, please, when you're on the ground, you'll see the difference that is very clear where the suburban area starts and ends. And with Unsworth Heights being in the Albany area, it's almost as an isolated island there. It makes much more sense for it to be included within North Shore, and I'm not sure why that didn't happen originally.
Do now is we'll round it out. The last observation really is that the final, the decision by the governing body is the decision by the governing body. It's not an area in which we can deal with. That's their call. In the right of reply, the page must be getting pretty full in the right of replies. But anyway,
Lucky we're ahead of time.
we're going okay. It will be useful though, I think, in the right of reply to argue the case for the Unsworth shift, just from your perspective. I think that will be most helpful in our deliberations. And the final point is that yes, we will be touring the area tomorrow. We're out for the day, and wish us luck.
Wonderful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks for your presentation. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so we'll adjourn now and reconvene at 1:50. Thanks, everybody. Okay, so we'll reconvene, and just for clarity, David is going to speak first. We know that Anna's nearly here, but not nearly here enough, and she's fine for. Is she right? No, we're going to we'll stick to the plan that we've got. So, and Anna knows that David's going to speak first, so I think we'll carry on with that. Right, so we'll reconvene and welcome you, David, to, have you observed the process so far?
I was involved the previous
Okay.
review, yes. Was it 6 years ago, 5 years ago?
Okay, so essentially we've received your observations and your chance now to summarise those observations, give us your thoughts. There may be a question or two, we'll see where we go. So we're in your hands for your thoughts.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa. My name is David Home. I was brought up in Wellington, but married an Aucklander and came to live here in 1970. And I have lived in Mount Roskill, Linfield, both parts of the Puke Te Papa local board since then, in 4 different houses. So it shows that I like the area and get to know it quite well. For 20 years I was employed with Ports of Auckland as an economic and trade analyst, and then I also had 9 years as a secondary teacher, a commerce teacher, including 6 of those years was at Epsom Girls Grammar, which is of course also part of the ward that I live in now. I was elected to the Puke Te Papa local board in 2013, and I took up the transport portfolio for the board, which involved me in quite a lot of meetings with AT on the range of local and regional issues. I also was on the Manukau Harbour Forum, representing Puke Te Papa, and that forum has 9 local boards which consult on improving the harbour, which often gets a bit overlooked compared with Hauraki Golf and some of the others. But that, and in 2017 I was chosen as the deputy chair of the Manukau Harbour Forum. And those involved me quite a lot with water care, both with Manukau Harbour issues, and also Puke Te Papa has big involvement with the Central Interceptor, which goes through its area, which of course is alongside the CRL is probably the 2 major infrastructure developments in Auckland in decades. So through this, I got to observe the operations of council quite well, and it gave me the opportunity to see the extent of interaction between councillors and local board members and voters. While I can vouch for the councillors being capable and diligent, I gained an overall impression that the current setup, including the concentration of demands on councillors in Albert Street meetings, makes them inadequately accessible to voters. Not many of the consultations local board members had with council officials also involved councillors. Council attendance at monthly local board business meetings in our area, which is a major opportunity for them to become acquainted with local issues, was approximately 60% for both of our councillors that we had over that period. I've already been clear in my submissions on why I believe the arrangement for representation in Auckland makes councillors inaccessible, and these are borne out in the evaluation of Auckland's 2022 local elections published in February 2023. The statistics there show voter turnout here was 35.5%, similar to all but the first of the 5 elections since the council set up. Puketapapa's was 31.9%. The 6 areas with the highest 2022 turnouts, from 45% up or better, were all in single-member wards with populations of 81,000 Rodney up to 94,000 Orake. The evaluation also clearly stated that the top reason for not voting shown in the 2022 survey was, quote, "I don't know anything about the candidates." It is no surprise that councillors in wards with populations of 150,000 plus find it hard to keep in touch with voters and to campaign effectively. If we want a model of how to provide fair representation and high voter participation in elections, we need not go beyond how our parliamentary electorates are determined, leaving aside the list system which is required to operate MMP. The system uses census data to provide nearly equal-sized electorates, including Maori seats. It makes some adjustments for overall population growth, although more are likely to be needed because the 120 limit's been around for, I think, a bit too long, and the Royal Commission that set up MMP actually recommended 150 MPs. But electorate MPs are much more visible and accessible than councillors. I also want to emphasise the differences of voters between areas like Puketapapa and Albert Eden, which share our ward. If you refer, as I did 6 years ago, to incomes, property values, home ownership percentages, ethnicity and age profiles, all provide evidence that those areas should not be lumped together. This should include recognition that immigration groups in Epsom, where I taught for 6 years, although they may be all called Asian, in fact, Epsom's immigrants are mostly from different parts of Asia and Africa than those who live in Mount Roskill, Wesley, where we are.
Just hold on, just one, 30 seconds. Have we got a map of that area, guys? Please? Just when you can. Thank you.
I would like the Commission to request Auckland Council to increase the number of councillors, opening up fairer representation, including Maori wards. I would like them to recommend a move to single-member wards and to allow for new local boards to cater for the big variations in population which are coming to different parts of the city. That's my main point.
Brilliant. Thanks for those observations, John. We've just got that map up there now, which just helps us to get let everybody get a perspective to the points that you're observing. You made in your submission some observations around local boards. Thankfully, that's not a responsibility of the Commission, so we have no influence in that.
All right.
Yeah, none whatsoever. So our interest is in the ward boundaries, and then our more significant interest is in the local boards, which is very confusing, but we're getting there. And thank you for your help. So I hope that helps just to make that separation between the two. I just want to check if there's any questions.
Just one that might be a little bit out of left field in a way. you seem to be almost suggesting that local council boundaries should be on parliamentary boundaries. Now, if that was the case, how many councillors would Auckland need and where would you put them?
Yes, well, I think the Auckland Regional Authority, which predated the council, apparently did use parliamentary boundaries to establish equal-sized wards. But the advantage of using parliamentary boundaries is that the establishment of those boundaries follows a process pretty similar to what's required for council wards, and it doesn't match perfectly, but in fact the work done, if you used electorate boundaries, you could just, they all, and you had 25 councillors, you could actually need to only do special arrangements for a couple of the current wards in the south, and to allow for Maori wards. But otherwise, there are about 21 parliamentary boundaries that fit quite neatly inside the current boundaries of Auckland City. So that would actually save quite a lot of work and money. Now that's not necessarily the only solution I see to the general problems, but it is a possibility.
Right, David, thanks for the observations that you've made, and clearly we've got your original submission there, and I appreciate you making the effort to come in and just expand on those views. Thank you. Yep, we're ready to go, Anna. We've invited the Upper Harbour Local Board to come and present to us. So again, there are no papers specific, because we were keen to invite you, Anna, to offer a perspective, and that just helps us in our deliberations as we go through. I don't know if you've been observing anything so far. That's all right. That's all right. So you're the last cab off the rank today. We've been going through what I think has been a brilliant process from all the presenters, but we are looking forward to your observations as you feel comfortable.
Sorry about that, it came off. I have a little presentation that we'll talk to as well. So my name's Anna Atkinson. I'm the chair of the Upper Harbour Local Board. So Upper Harbour Local Board is quite a pretty neat area, actually. It's an east-west running board, so it takes in some western areas like Hobsonville and Whenuapai, which is separated by motorway, from the eastern part of the board, which contains Albany and the traditional shopping areas of the mall and the pool. So, yeah, the Upper Harbour Local Board, we very much support what the Auckland Council had supported. So, what I want to do today is give evidence about two aspects that are being considered by you people today. And firstly, we want to support the Auckland Council position on the boundary. There's just a simple boundary question, which is along Sunset Road, and whether a portion should be dog-legged out of Sunset Road or whether the boundary should be on Sunset Road. So I'll address that, and then there's also the, frankly, undemocratic request from Kaipatiki Local Board to transfer Unsworth Heights from the Albany Ward and the Upper Harbour Local Board to the North Shore Ward and Kaipatiki Local Board, so I will talk about that too. So firstly, let's just talk about the Sunset Road border. I'm sure you've all seen this little map. For context, we're just talking about that top portion, and it basically uses the natural ridgeline as a boundary between the North Shore Ward and the Albany Ward. So it makes sense logically. There's a hill on either side. It's where the watershed goes, but it's also where the communities of interest people are. So what I want to talk about here is the community of interest, the logical split, and the public feedback and consultation results. So with Sunset Road as the ward boundary, if we think about community of interest, the Auckland Council submission said the council considers all areas to have a community of interest with the Albany ward and should not be split. In deciding not to comply with the fairness rule, the council notes that Sunset Road Ridge forms a strong community boundary. It was also very well supported during the consultation feedback, so I'll get to that soon. So as you'll be really well aware, the Electoral Act requires the council and the local government to take into account effective representation of communities of interest and also the fair representation. Although we can decide not to comply with the fair representation if it would split communities of interest. So if we think about the community of interest, which isn't defined, it's often defined as perpetual, a sense of clearly defined area or locality, the functional, which is the ability to meet with the reasonable economy the community's requirements, and political. So if we think about this Sunset Road boundary, it actually makes sense. It's demarcation, it's perpetually there, it's functional, and it actually makes political sense. I'll get to some of the reasons for it in a moment. But if you look at the public feedback that went in the consultation, they're incredibly obvious. There was question 2B, what is your opinion of the proposed changes to the North Shore and Albany wards? So from Auckland as a whole, there was 74% supported this, which is putting the ridgeline along Sunset Road. And from those areas affected, which are Upper Harbour and Kaipatiki, it was 90%. You can see that on page 12 and 13 of the report. And question 5C said, we're proposing to shift the section of the Upper Harbour Kaipatiki boundary that lies between Caribbean Drive and Albany Highway southwards so it follows a road boundary. What is your opinion? And the road boundary was Sunset Road. It was, once you look at the affected local boards, which is actually on page 48, 94% of people supported this move. So if you look at the map, the move which was proposed was to basically get rid of a dog leg and to move it up just to be straight along the ridgeline. And to be fair, a lot of the community didn't even know where that was. Like, it actually just makes logical sense. So it was 94% from the Upper Harbour local board and 85% from Kaipatiki local board of the residents who supported this change. And so they're really strong endorsements for that change. Business North Harbour, which is an organisation with 4,500 businesses and 35,000 employees within the area, actually had a really good quote. I'm just going to read it out, sorry, I'm sure you've read it, but it says, Business North Harbour supports the proposal to shift the section of the Upper Harbour / Kaipatiki boundaries that lies between Caribbean Drive and Albany Highway southwards. It follows a road boundary as the road forms a logical and easy to identify boundary. So it really is very, very sensible. If you think about the communities of interest, all the main sports and facilities that Unsworth Heights residents use in Albany and to the north. They've got the North Harbour Stadium, which has Moana Pacific. There's the Albany Pool, the Leisure Centre, the Albany Tennis Centre, North Harbour Hockey, Albany United Football Club, which is at Rosedale Park, the Marist Rugby Club at Stadium, East Coast-based softballers at Rosedale Park, the BMX facilities off Oto Valley Road. So pretty much all of the major facilities are heading north towards Albany. They're certainly not heading down towards other areas of Kaipatiki. So to my mind, it really, and the mind of the local board, and this was a unanimous viewpoint, it really makes sense. It's a logical split, and it's what the officers recommended after studying the communities of interest. And it's what went out to consultation, and it's overwhelmingly supported by the democratic choice. Democracy and following what the people want and things like this is really important. So anything else goes against the principles of the community of interest and democracy. But now I want to talk about the second question, which was Unsworth Heights, as brought up by the Kaipatiki local board. This is a quite strange one because it wasn't even out to consultation. So Unsworth Heights, it's been a part of the Upper Harbour Local Board since the super city was formed. And with the exception of requests from Kaipatiki Local Board, there's been no discussion and no community requests that it should move from the Upper Harbour Local Board and the Albany Board into the Kaipatiki Local Board and the North Shore Board. There just isn't the community demand for it. And as far as I can see, that's for three main reasons. There's the community of interest test, as I talked to above, the schools, the shops, the sport. Local board investment in Unsworth Heights, I'll go into that in a moment, and transport links. So the community of interest tests remain largely the same. For Unsworth Heights, it's clearly Albany. People live, work, and play in Albany. In 2007, when the Albany Mall opened, it was the largest in the country. I'm unsure whether it's now Albany or Sylvia Park. Google gives me different answers, but we'll just say it's one of the largest. And I think prior to that, people used to possibly shop in the Glenfield Mall, but since 2007, people have been going to Albany. There's a mall, there's the event cinemas, there's also the mega centre and all the big box retail brands. That's where people go to shop. But you think of all the sporting that I just mentioned. That's the football, the softball, the rugby, the tennis, the basketball, and North Harbour Stadium. It's pretty clear that people from Unsworth live, work, and play in Albany. Not to mention local board investment. Over the last probably 5 years, the local board's invested really significantly in Unsworth Heights. About 3 years ago, we spent over $500,000 upgrading the Meadowwood Community House, which is a lovely community facility right down on Caribbean Drive by the motorway. We partner with a local community group to run and manage that facility, and we provide funding to them directly as well as through grants to activate and to generate a community spirit within that community. So that was a $500,000 upgrade we've done. In the last 3 years, we've upgraded 2 playgrounds there. There was Bluebird Playground, which is a little bit further west. It looks down onto the motorway. That got a really nice upgrade with a cycle track around it and beautiful playground as desired by the community. And most recently, about this time last year, or just before Christmas, we opened up Devonshire Reserve, which we gave a great big refresh to. It had been a very sad-looking playground, so that got a multi-$100,000 refresh, and it's really well used by the community all the time now. But the biggest thing we've done recently is we spent $3.5 million upgrading the Caribbean Drive sports fields. There are some sports fields on the other side of Unsworth Reserve that in the past had been quite boggy and nasty in winter and quite rock hard in summer. And they had no changing sheds, very small toilets, and they were and no lighting, and they were hardly ever used. So now there's a proper field with proper sand turf, proper drainage, proper lighting, bookable through the council system. There's changing rooms, there's parking. It costs $3.5 million. It's also got a lovely concrete track around it that joins on to all the walking paths through Unsworth Reserves. So we've actually spent quite a lot of money upgrading Unsworth Heights. The community are very happy with what the local board have done in the area. Now, if we think about transport in the area, most of the transport links through the Unsworth community are linked into Albany and the Northern Busway. There's large bus terminals in the Park and Ride at Constellation Drive and Albany Bus Station. I know people from Unsworth that walk to Constellation Station. So they're walking from one part of the Upper Harbour Local Board to another part of the Upper Harbour Local Board to go to work. So there has been an attempt, I think, by Kaipatiki Local Board to say that the motorway is actually a boundary. But that actually doesn't make sense, because what happened about 2 or 3 years ago when the NCI roadworks were done, the Caribbean Drive was upgraded, so you can come down Caribbean Drive, you go straight through a set of lights onto Paul Matthews Drive, boom, you're in Rosedale. You're there straight away. If you get to that intersection at the bottom of the Caribbean, you can turn right and go up to the East Coast Bays beaches, you can get onto the motorway and go north and south, or you can go straight over and head to Albany. So it's actually even easier than it used to be. It's just a road in the middle of an area. You don't even have to drive. The local board invested a significant amount of funds upgrading a walking track that used to connect from Rosedale Park up through Unsworth under the motorway. It used to go through a little stormwater drain. I'm making a round circle, but it was about 1 metre by 1 metre round, horrible stormwater drain. It was quite nasty for cyclists. We invested hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of $1,000s upgrading that to be a really well-used pathway that connects right through from Rosedale Park, right the way through to Unsworth Heights. And the contractors who were building it said it was actually really hard to build because there was constantly people using it. And so they had to constantly have people stopping, traffic stops. It's one of the most well-used cycleways around. And it actually makes a gorgeous 3.5k loop if you want to teach your kids how to ride. You start at Rosedale Park, you go up to Unsworth Reserve, you pass by 3 playgrounds, and it's all off-road. It's quite lovely. So the idea that the transport links and that somehow the motorway forms a sever, it isn't actually true because of the NCI works at the bottom of Caribbean Drive, and you basically just go straight under. You're Paul Matthews, you're in Rosedale, you're in Bush Road, where you've got schools. You're over at the schools before you even mention it. And the topic of schools, intermediate and secondary school kids who live in Unsworth are zoned for Albany, Ashes and Albany Junior High School. So it's not intermediate and senior now. There's years 7, 8, 9, 10 and 11, 12, 13. They're on an Albany highway. You can get to there incredibly quickly. Again, like I said, down the Paul Matthews, or you could walk to those schools. The primary school zone did recently change to be Target Road. It used to be Albany Primary. That was because Albany Primary was full and bursting at the seams. And the consternation and outrage that generated in the community when that happened about 4 years ago was huge. They considered themselves Albany residents. And for those residents, getting to Albany was easier than crossing over Sunset Road, which there's no crossing, there's no light. The parents have to actually drive their kids to school, whereas in Albany it was much easier to get to because of all the facilities we've got. So once we look at the shopping facilities, I've mentioned that and I'm not going to labour the point. There's restaurants, there's big Bosques outlets, as I've said. Another big issue relating to this proposal is the complete lack of public consultation. It didn't go out to consultation, and to the mind of Upper Harbour Local Board, it's completely ludicrous, really, to consider changing a whole suburb without public consultation. So as a local board, we're not against a complete review of all boundaries, but this needs to be undertaken by people external to council, and it needs to consider all the options and all the alternatives for the whole area, not just a piecemeal change, piece by piece. Oh, this time we're going to remove Unsworth Heights. Next time, we might have a look at Derry Flat. Or next time, we actually need to look at the whole lot and see where the communities of interest are forming. So it doesn't make sense. Neither of the topics we're discussing today makes sense. Firstly, there's the little topic, the Sunset Road boundary, and then there's the huge topic of Unsworth Heights. So the changes weren't recommended by Auckland Council. They go against communities of interest, and they go against democracy, which therefore goes against what we want to achieve as a local board. Because we actually want people engaged in democracy so we can find out and fulfill their needs. We spend a lot of time consulting, going to community events, meeting people so we can do what they want. And the prerequisite to this is stability. People think their voices are being heard. They know who their representatives are. And with all the, especially with all the investment we've put into Unsworth Heights recently, people know us, they talk to us. There was an issue with some of the water care odours recently. People called us and said, can you solve it? We talked to water care, yes, it got solved. So making changes that are against, in the case of Sunset Road, against 90% of the people who submitted seems very anti-democratic. And you've got 0% of support for Unsworth Heights because it didn't go out to consultation. So it would actually be very, very anti-democratic. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Well, I must say thank you for those observations, Anne, and I suppose it just reinforces the importance of us inviting in. We've invited 3 boards in to give us their perspectives and just say on the record that we've asked for the copies of their presentations, and we'll say the same to you. We'll just make sure that we get your observations. I will say that though we've waited till almost 2:30 in the afternoon, there's new information comes to the table. So that's the value of, I think, allowing a respectful amount of time for people to make their observations. I don't even know how to start, but in terms of the investment message that you made around the multi-millions of dollars by the look of it from your community, I'm really now intrigued to understand that as a consequence of changes, how does that impact on, I don't even think I'm asking you a question, I'm kind of making an open statement. What are the consequences of that? No, I will ask, what are the consequences of a boundary change based on those observations that you've made around the investments that you put into your community? Would you have confidence that as a consequence of the boundary change to wherever it is that shifts to, would that local board then have an interest in carrying on? You know, what happens? I don't know.
I can't speak for Kaipatiki. I know that Upper Harbour Local Board is the second fastest growing local board, and a lot of our funding now comes based on population. So we're actually going up with money. I'm not going to use the word flush because we're completely not flush, but we have the finances, and we also have policies and strategies that say we want our community to value where they live, and this is what we need to do. So we've got the money, and we've actually got the OPEX plans to keep supporting this area. I couldn't speak for Kaipatiki, but I'm not sure they would have spent $3.5 million on Caribbean Drive sports fields.
So we've heard a bit today about the changing demographics in your part of the country and leading to, in coming years, in near coming years, a fairly sizable look at ward boundaries, local board boundaries. There's been some suggestion that it would be a good idea to do that as a two-step process. So by doing Unsworth Heights and potentially Mairangi Bay and Campbell's Bay now, that will make the job in a wee while a little less difficult because some of the changes would already be made. And do you have a view on that?
Yeah, I would disagree with that. I think ad hoc change is really confusing for the community, and they would see it as really ad hoc. And then, like I said, I think we probably need to look at the whole area itself. And there has been lots of demographic change in the since the super city was formed. Maybe we should really look at where the communities of interest and redraw if we have to, if there's a problem. But no one from Unsworth Heights has said to us there's a problem. So I don't actually see any point why we would confuse people.
You're lucky that's the end of the questioning, which is. But I will say thanks for the effort and the energy. The detail that you've presented today helps in our deliberations. We're not going to, as a consequence of your observations, ask for any further clarity through the right of reply, because I think we've given it a pretty good hammering in terms of the observations that we do need. So I just would like to make that observation that it's just what you've presented assists, but it doesn't necessarily mean we have to fire more questions through for any points of clarity. So,
no, that was great.
Perfect.
So well done.
Thank you very much.
Brilliant.
Oh, the last picture is a picture of multiple boundaries, multiple motorways on the Upper Harbour Local Board. They clearly don't divide us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You snuck that in. Well done. Right. We have now, don't worry, Judy, but we'll take a wee break. So let me just get my...
And we didn't add anything to your list of things to come back to us from that presentation, so there's no last minute frantic for your poor staff.
So to be fair, we've now allowed a break through to 2:50, and that's absolutely what we should out of respect, to give you sufficient time to prepare. If if you feel that's too long, you say so, but we're happy to hold out as per the schedule here.
I think we may need less than that, but perhaps if we just, at what point do we sort of reach a point of no return where we need to say, okay, we need the full time?
We'll be sitting in the other room, so you can come and
So
get
we can-
us, as long as you can start the live stream again.
I think we need to be clearer than that, don't we?
Yes.
For public, I think we'll
Yeah.
stick to the 250
Okay,
and be
that's
done with it.
fine.
Yep,
Yeah.
I think we stick to that, and then you've got plenty of time, no rush,
Yep.
and we'll reconvene at 250.
Yeah,
Okay.
and maybe if I could just clarify what we're going to do now, if that's okay,
Sure.
so that it's on the live stream for those watching.
Sure.
So obviously the four of us, we also have Chair Thomas as well and staff. We will go away and make sure that we've covered off the questions that EJ has sent through. Just also noting that I've started on a bit of a rough presentation. We have a number of maps we think would be useful to address some of the issues that have come up, and staff, we've already asked staff to source some of the information as well. When we come back, it's likely that I will speak to some of the overarching stuff, some of which does then play out in the individual cases. And then when we get to the individuals, I think mostly we're talking about the Waitemata Gulf and Orake boundary and North Shore and Albany boundary. You're not really wanting anything in that in the Rodney or Howick local board spaces, I don't think. Yeah. So I think we're just focusing on those, and probably what we'll do is Richard will speak to some of the Waitemata and Gulf Orake stuff, and John will speak to some of the Albany and North Shore stuff as well. So that's roughly how I'm proposing. We may look different when we come back, but that's what we're starting from.
And that's fine. We may seek a couple of points of clarity, but it's not the usual thing that we would do. We'll just hear it. If we don't quite understand, we'll ask for that point of clarity. But and we'll get to the end of the process, and then we'll adjourn. We'll go and take our tour tomorrow, and then we'll do our deliberations. That's essentially how it rolls out from here.
Right.
Okay. So we'll adjourn, meet it, back here at 2:50.
Thanks very much.
Perfect. and welcome everybody back. And Councillor Ferry will go straight to you for the opportunity for your right of reply.
Great, thanks very much, and thank you for a little bit of extra time to just tidy up the PowerPoint, so hopefully it's legible. And as outlined before, what we'll do is just address some of the sort of overarching considerations, some of which apply to the specific ward boundary issues we're discussing, and then we'll do a little bit more on each of the two sort of disputed areas, if you like, and my colleagues, Councillor Watson and Member Northey, will assist with those two. So next slide, please. So one of the constant themes that came up was the misalignment of local board and ward boundaries in general. And one of the things we wanted to acknowledge is that part of this process, we can only shift the ward boundaries. And one of the considerations that came up a lot in relation particularly to Newmarket Parnell was we did have a number of submitters saying they wanted actually to be in the Ōrākei local board as well as in the Ōrākei ward. Now that obviously was not available to us, but it may be that in the future considerations that is something. And there will be other cases where that might be the case too, where actually the misalignment, it makes sense to shift the local board boundary, not the ward boundary. And so that was part of our discussions and what we weighed up. Obviously you're aware we can make those little tweaks, but in general, this process was around the ward boundaries. To that end, some misalignment actually becomes inevitable. We're not going to be able to, over the complexity of Auckland, the complexity of the fair representation rule and communities of interest, be able to make sure that all of the boundaries line up all of the time. We started out with them lining up, and thank you, Commissioner Bull, for your part in that. 2019, some departed, and here again, we have realigned some, misaligned others. It's part of the nature of the extensive growth that we face as a city and the unevenness of that growth as well. We'd note that the electoral boundaries for Parliament have of course changed, as you'll be very aware, Chair, during that time and are about to potentially change significantly again. We also just wanted to note that different arrangements pop up for those areas of misalignment. And there's no structure in place for dealing with misalignments, okay? How those processes work are usually they are informal, and they're usually based more on broader political affiliations and personalities, who's worked with who over the years, who maybe doesn't support the same sports team, I don't know. We all make strange decisions for strange reasons, but that tends to be how that stuff plays out, rather than there being a structural situation. And I have to say there was a comment that that there has been some delegation of a part of a ward to another councillor, and I have checked, and that is not correct. We have no mechanism to do that. In contrast to local boards, where actually there was a period where I know the Faux local board delegated a very small portion, a park of their local board area to another local board by resolution. That was then tidied up in the 2018-19 process. So, but there's no process for us as governing body members to even do that anyway. And I checked with the ward councillor, and she said that is absolutely not the case. I turned my mic off instead of turning to the next slide. You would have heard quite a bit of commentary about the whether the numbers were right or wrong in 2019, and again now, as you're very aware, we have to use the figures that you give us. So we just have to deal with the numbers we have. If they turn out later to be wrong, you know. We also have to use consistent figures from the start to the end of the process, and we've been a bit of a victim of timing with some of this one, because figures for 2023 have been released as we have been going through this process, but we've not been allowed to use them. So, acknowledging that. Next, please. So this was a point that we felt was coming up a bit too, that actually we're elected, those of us who are ward councillors, to work regionally and to represent everyone in our ward. And I think Commissioner Bidrose, you made the point there about how do we balance up the views in this process of, say, business people, a business association versus residents. And there is a sweet spot to be hit there, which we may or may not have hit, of taking those into account and balancing them. But we absolutely cannot just think about the voter cohort in terms of representation. We do have to think about the broader cohort that we are then representing at the table. And as was pointed out, in some cases, people will be paying business rates in an area where they are not necessarily entitled to vote and things like that. Member Northey found this, Sir Robert Stout's 1894 ruling that we represent people, not just voters. And then he gave those examples there of people who can't vote, who we also have to represent. Next slide, please. So you asked us about information that the council provides on who your elected reps are. So obviously at election time, there's quite a bit of information about that. There's a number of websites where you put your address in, it spits out only who you can vote for, not everybody else. The voting papers, same deal. We also tend to, having been on a local board, now being a councillor, we tend to hand issues to our neighbours as well. So if I've had people approach me about an issue in Devonport Takapuna, and I handed that to one of the North Shore councillors because I'm like, I'm not the right person to deal with this. So that kind of stuff tends to happen anyway. We note also that there is quite widespread confusion over who people's elected reps are. We were discussing, some of you may be aware, my husband used to be an MP. He still gets people to approach him in the street, assuming he is still an MP, and still an MP for our area as well. So I still get people assume I'm on the local board. That's after only a short period of time, but checking in with Member Northey there, he still gets people who think he's still the councillor for Maungakiki Tamaki, and that was quite some time ago. Or even the MP for Onehunga, I think you said at one point. So, that is a complexity of the system. Should we try and minimise it? Absolutely. Is this making things worse in a way that we should address? Maybe not. Next, please. So this is where it sits on the council website. So you'll see there that you've got Find Your Ward and Find Your Local Board. You click through to, I did Find Your Ward, I think. So if you just click through to the next slide, you enter your property address. That's my address there. Everybody knows where I live, so that's not a secret. And it pops out my local board and my ward. And then if you click to the next bit, that shows the bottom part of the page, which then you can click through to your ward details and a map. And then if you click through to the next one, please. So if I'd gone Find Your Ward, I would have got that one. If I went Find Your Local Board, I would have got this one, which connects me straight through to my local board. Yeah, so that's, maybe it could be a bit smoother, but it does certainly exist. So next slide, please. So the question of whether misalignment impacts on voter turnout, there's quite a lot of discussion about that. You'll be very familiar with the reasons we know why we get low turnout. A lot of it is to do with people not understanding the relevance of local government, not feeling a sense of connection with their local elected reps, not knowing the names of them, that kind of stuff. We're not convinced that misalignment contributes to that. We would note there that this is voter turnout from 2022. You'll see the huge amount of disparity across Auckland, which we raised in the issue about larger wards. But in particular there we've highlighted Parnell and Newmarket, those areas around the eastern boundary we're spending a lot of time on, which did not have lower than usual turnout. We also don't know how those people voted. So in terms of the breakdown for the ward, we do get some sense from Waiheke and Barrier, but we don't get a sense from, so we don't know, so discussions about we're moving a boundary because people are more or less likely to vote one way or the other, we actually don't have that information. And I would note that the local councillor was elected under the pre-2019 boundaries, has also been elected under the post-2019 boundaries. This is halfway in between them. So next one, please. So just to specifically address off some other ones here, Richard was very involved in the process that led to the 2019 ones. So I'm just going to ask him to address the issue there around the submissions around the proposal back in 2019, because I think that's useful context. Richard.
Thanks, Julie. As you've said, being on that committee that time, in fact, chairing it, we had to use the figures provided by the law in terms of the statistics, which indicated that the Waitemata and Gulf ward was hugely oversized, and therefore our initial proposal was to shed on both sides of the ward the Parnell Newmarket on one side and Greyland Westmere on the other. And members of the Local Government Commission will know the a couple of thousand people from Greyland Westmere made it very clear they wanted very much to stay in the board, and the Joint Governance Working Party agreed to that. The missions from Parnell and Newmarket, there were only 76, I think, and they were about 48 to 30 were in favour of that change. They said, we've always felt we're really part of the eastern suburbs. We link to Hobson Bay and Remuera and the like. And a number of them said, no, we link to the inner city. But basically it didn't have much of an impact, and most of them were happy with it. And since then, what we've heard as local board members is that most of the Parnell and Newmarket businesses and they submitted saying that they felt that they identified more with the Aoraki ward, and also a significant number of local residents, and we don't know the proportions, said that they felt that they were more linking with the Aoraki ward and with the Epsom MP, where they're proposing, who also represents the communities around Hobson Bay, Aoraki, Remuera, Newmarket and Parnell. And the proposed boundary that the council has come up with between Newmarket and Grafton follows very similar, using the domain as the main boundary and then a short length of the road down to Kaiba Park. So it's a familiar boundary. And submitters have said 68% of submitters were in favour of the original proposal, but that's a regional view. With Libby's help, we've found there are only 10 people from Parnell Newmarket who submitted on the original proposal. 6 of them agreed with it. They said, yes, we feel more link with the central city and we'd like to go back. 3 of them said, no, we feel we're really happy staying in Aoraki, and one of them you couldn't really tell. So basically, there wasn't a strong view from residents at that stage. Since then, you've heard some very genuine views from residents about the reasons they identify with the central city. We as elected representatives here, roughly the same number of residents who feel links the other way. They go linked to places like Auckland Grammar and Epsom Girls Grammar, Parnell Cricket Club, College Rifles Rugby Club, Eastern Suburbs Football. There's links either way.
Yeah.
And so the residents feel quite strongly, but not as much as those people in Greyland and Westmere did. And the businesses, you've heard from the businesses, they have a clearer view that they identify with Aoraki. So in the end, that's the way we went.
Thanks, Richard. And I just, that's largely covered off that issue about the post-2019 concerns as well, just noting, of course, that the Epsom electorate boundary may well change again, or indeed not exist, so who knows. But just to go back to the middle portion there, so the nature of this process, and you will all be very familiar with this, is that we mostly get people who submit who don't support something. And in our hearings and our submissions, we mostly heard from people who did not support the initial proposal for this area. And we took that on board and responded to that in our decision making for the final proposal. What you are now hearing from is people who don't support the final proposal. And I don't envy you the decision before you of threading the needle between those two. So, you know, and I would just also note, I've put there a little bit of the timeline. So we held our hearings 2nd, 3rd, 6th of September. This was in one of the earlier slides, but I've just fleshed it out a little bit. We then undertook our deliberations and voted as the Joint Governance Working Party on our recommendations to governing body on the 13th of September. And this portion, the Waitemata Gulf and Orake boundary, was unanimously supported by the Working Party members. There was a lot of controversy and tight vote for North Shore and Albany, but this one, the membership of the Working Party is quite politically diverse as well as being geographically diverse. So we also had a workshop as the governing body prior to the agenda report being published and going on the agenda. So that was, I'm sorry, I didn't put the date down there, but I think that was the week before the 26th, so in between the deliberations and the governing body vote. I chaired that workshop on behalf of the Mayor, and there weren't clear concerns or hey, you know, this shouldn't happen or this should happen at that discussion. That's okay, you know, not everybody, we had 6 out of 21 local governing body members involved in the nitty-gritty, but there were concerns raised in the meeting and at the vote. And so I guess, you know, I'm glad that you have heard those views and are able to take those into account, but I think it is unfair to say that we have ignored those views, because actually they came to us pretty late in the process, and possibly too late for us to have given them meaningful consideration, given that most of it was raised at the vote. An amendment was put up and that was voted down. So as I said right from the start of the hearing, if you come to a different determination on that, so be it. The main thing is that we've engaged in that conversation, I think, in good faith, and that you as effectively an appeal body will make the final decision, and that's as it should be. So hopefully that's a bit useful in that. There's a few other, next slide please, minor aspects to this that I just wanted to mention. Sorry, my slides weren't very tidy, which something that's come up today that when we were preparing for this just before, we hadn't considered and we think is worth your consideration, is that shared character of the city fringe suburbs, that it may be quite legitimate to say that areas like Grafton, Newmarket, Parnell have more in common with Greylin, Westmere, Ponsonby, those areas that are on the fringe of the city, than they do with the suburbs further to the east. That could well be, that was something, as I say, we hadn't considered, and it came through today, and we draw that to your attention because we think that's worth thinking about. Something you'll get a better sense of when you go on your tour as well. I've already mentioned that delegation to another councillor is not possible. The other thing to note is that local board and governing body relationships, it is very much not a parent-child chain of command situation. Local boards have their responsibilities under the allocation table, and governing body members cannot overrule, are not involved in that decision making. We may end up in an advocacy space, we may get annoyed at a decision that's made, but we are not part of that decision making process. So I just wanted to make that really clear, is that while a relationship between a local board and the governing body members that cover that local board area, in the case of Waitemata Local Board 4, is important, it doesn't necessarily impact on the day-to-day governance arrangements, the decisions that a local board is making that are absolutely its own decisions to make. Finally, Eden Terrace. Commissioner Bidrose, you asked the question of many of the submitters that I asked of many of the submitters at the hearing. What do we do about Eden Terrace? And the responses then were much as they were today, even though it was a different cohort of people in some cases, which is, oh, we don't know. And going back to that point there about the misalignment, there's going to have to be some misalignment for this boundary. The question is, where should it best be put? I would just say for myself, as one of the ward councillors who's caught up with Eden Terrace, that the motorway through that portion, as I said before, it is part of Spaghetti Junction and the Northwestern. It's very wide at that portion. My personal observation, and this is what we determined as well, is that those people do face south rather than facing the city centre because of the significant physical barrier. But there is some similarity in the character, say, of the buildings and the types of community that you get, albeit they don't have a close connection with people of, say, Arch Hill on the other side of the motorway. It's a tricky one. Next slide, please. So the North Shore and Albany boundary, and I'm going to ask John to speak to this in a moment. Just to note, we support the Upper Harbour and Hibiscus Bay local board points that we feel they've made in a great deal of detail to you about what it's like on the boundary. Wanted to reiterate to you that it was a very tight vote at the Joint Governance Working Party. I used my casting vote. So my approach to my casting vote when I'm chairing is I will make my deliberative vote, whatever I think is the right decision based on information, but then I treat my chair's casting vote differently, and I treat it as not just a second of the same vote. I think about it again from the point of view of what is the most open way forward, what is the best way for the process to have integrity, as opposed to what is specifically the best decision, if that makes sense. And in this case, it was going on to governing body, and so I voted in a way that I thought set things up the best for that governing body discussion to be as open as possible. So that's where, just to give you that context. We have a lot of concerns about potentially shifting a large area or number of residents who were unaware that they've been considered for moving. And Councillor Watson will pick it up here in terms of Unsworth Heights and some of that detail. Thanks, John.
Thanks, Julie. Yeah, just a couple of comments by way of right of reply then, and I'll maybe just backtrack a little bit to the various votes, because not only do residents find the Auckland Council somewhat difficult to follow, I suspect you guys maybe find that also. And basically, our group is a joint group working party. Ultimately, it's the governing body of council who makes a decision. In respect of both issues in the North Shore Albany ward, that's both in respect of Unsworth Heights and of the East Coast Bays, that vote was unanimous in favour of the council position, and that included all 4 councillors from the affected wards. So we have the 4 local boards putting their piece in, as you've seen today, but there is also 4 councillors for those wards, and they were unanimous in supporting the council position, which was to consider that all areas to have a community of interest with the Albany ward, and that was unanimous in the council itself. In respect of the point, the very valid point about the concern about shifting a large area or numbers of residents unexpectedly is a very valid one, and particularly I think in light of Chair Duffy's very apt point right at the outset, talking about the purest principles of democracy, I think you said. What we have is a situation where, in respect of the East Coast Bays and Unsworth, there's over 20,000 residents who know nothing about this because it wasn't consulted upon, because it's only come to us in terms of Takapuna Devonport via a submission of theirs. So I'm not quite sure in this lengthy quasi-judicial process how you get beyond the fact the affected communities have not been consulted with in terms of the proposals that were put up by those 2 local boards of Kaipatiki and Devonport Takapuna. I think the chair for the Upper Harbour Board gave you quite a good insight in respect of, you listen to one local board and you maybe seem quite compelling, and then another one comes in and it's quite a different view. But I think certainly in terms of Unsworth, I think I just wanted to clear up one situation that may seem a little confusing. There has been no consultation about Unsworth Heights, none at all, but there was consultation about
a minor adjustment to the southern boundary. This is the Sunset Road, which I think you might be going to see tomorrow. So, ironically enough, there was a slight anomaly that had to be rectified there that, you know, deals with a couple of hundred people or 100 people or whatever it is. But what that did do was establish very clearly the overwhelming 90-odd% support in both Kaupatiki and Upper Harbour, as it turns out, for that being the logical boundary. And I think Anna Atkinson certainly went through in terms of the communities of interest argument, and I won't obviously repeat them, going to sports, community facilities, transport links, school zones, shopping facility, etc., quite emphatic. In terms of Devonport Takapuna, as I said, that came as a a submission purely on their part, which, to be honest, caught a lot of people just by surprise. But again, we have quite a strong history of communities of interest here in respect of the historical background. 7 of the 8 bays, I don't know if you want to drive your way around the 8 East Coast bays, 7 of the 8 bays are in the Albany ward. In terms of the last 75 years of local government history, the East Coast Bays Borough Council was formed in 1954, the East Coast Bays City Council in 75, but perhaps more importantly for your purposes, in 2010 it was the communities of interest argument, and Gwen might remember that prevailed in setting the boundaries there. So really we're just relitigating what was actually decided back in 2010 and 11. I guess as a way forward, and I think probably that was, you may be thinking, well, what's the way forward here? And I think probably Hibiscus and Bays pointed to that, is that, yes, there is an issue here. It is going to have to be addressed, but it has to be consulted upon. It has to, I think, really put all options on the table, and there are more than just these couple of ad hoc, we'll grab that and we'll grab that. There is a range of options across that southern boundary. They need to be researched. There needs to be some intellectual and planning rigour applied to that. And most importantly, I think we have to ask the people who will be affected what they think, to find an enduring solution, because there are population dynamics on the go here that are going to require that in the next review. So I think, Julia, I've hopefully addressed some of the main points there. Thank you.
Great, thank you, John. Can I just, you sent through a question to us about a very specific suggestion. Do you want me to address that now? Which was the Centennial Park. Okay, yep.
Was it Unsworth Heights? There was a suggestion from somebody that it had been in an original document somewhere, and then it got pulled out and never got consulted on because of you, and so there was.
No, yeah.
Can you fill us in a bit as to why that happened?
Yeah. So basically, the Kaupatiki board representative who talked to you here today, that was put forward as a position for the joint group working party, and it was a close vote. And this group, it went to the governing body, the council, but that didn't prevail there. The council position then was adopted unanimously, including vote from all 4 councillors for both North Shore and Albany.
Lovely, thank
Albany
you.
ward. Yeah.
Thank you. And just you sent through, just to address the query you sent through that's very specific detail on this boundary, and then I'll just summarise if that's okay. So you asked about whether there was some consideration given to moving this boundary from Aberdeen Road through to the boundary of Centennial Park, and that could be done through a minor local board change. So can I just clarify there, are you saying shifting the local board boundary or the ward boundary? Both, potentially. So we didn't consider it. And I'm just trying, when we did our little run through before, I articulated why that was, and now I can't remember what I said in our little run through. Oh, yes, sorry. We hopefully you've got through this process the importance that we put on local board views. And neither local board raised that idea, and neither local board have given us a view on that idea, and as such we would be very reluctant to support a change that hasn't been through discussion by the two impacted local boards. Yeah, thanks Richard. So just in summary, I guess, harking back to our original theme of this being an art and not a science, we look forward to where you land. You've seen how we got to where we landed. You've heard some additional information that we didn't have. We've given you some reflections on some of that additional information as well. Also, one thing that we have had in the back of our minds constantly throughout this process is the constant and uneven growth that we face in Auckland, and then the implications that that has for these kinds of electoral boundaries. So I just wanted to reiterate that to you. I think I mentioned before when we were talking about Franklin, when I went on the tour with Angela, and Drury is going to explode. But we acknowledge that right now, we don't know what that's going to look like, where exactly that's going to fall. And so in 6 years' time, that will, or sooner, if there is a process sooner, that will likely be a very high priority for addressing. Similarly, as we just discussed around North Shore and Albany, that will become a really contentious area, and is, but we can't resolve that now because we know the growth is coming, but we have to work on the figures that you have sent through. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. Finally, thank you very much. This has been great today, and I really appreciate you coming in person to Auckland. I watched a number of the online ones last night, and really lovely to have you in person, and really appreciate the effort that you're taking tomorrow with your tour as well. You will be able to see how some of the landforms, John referenced Sunset Road. I grew up on the shore, and that's where the motorway used to end. And it was a very hard boundary between suburban and rural in those days, which is some time ago now. Unsworth Heights didn't exist. So, and that's 30 years ago. One of my childhood best friends moved from where we were in Glenfield to Aberdeen Road, and another one moved to Unsworth Heights, which was a brand new subdivision at that time. So that's the change that we have to grapple with, but it's moving much faster than it used to. And also it's so uneven that is a real challenge. So thank you very much. Hopefully you've found our input useful. I'd like to really thank our staff who have done huge work behind the scenes and put us in, I think, a good position to present well to you today and to respond to the right of reply. Thank you, Angela, for being my backup in case I fell over. I really appreciate that. And thank you to John and Richard for speaking to their particular areas, and to Kay for coming along. I know there's others watching online as well. And a final mention of what a gem Warwick McNaughton is. He will be very familiar, I think, to all of you. We sometimes call him the Warwickle, which I suspect he doesn't like. But his information, his understanding of the complexities of this, his integrity through this process has been essential, and I wanted to end by acknowledging that. Kia ora.
Well, I have to say, Julie, you clearly read my notes as you've concluded the day, because I too wanted to make some acknowledgements first to the four of you who, as elected representatives, have, I think, articulated in a very honourable, professional and respectful manner on behalf of your community that which you think is important. So I really want to make that first acknowledgement to you. You mentioned officials. Officials never get the fair recognition for the work that they do in the background. Your officials clearly have done a stunning job over the last 2 years to prepare. We were the recipient of 300 some pages that we had to digest. But genuinely, it was a brilliant piece of work, and I think your community should be justifiably comfortable with the background work that's gone in and the deliberations that you've made, rightly or wrongly, because you'll never satisfy everybody in this game, and you know that way better than I. To the submitters today, every submission today, I think, was presented in a manner that you would consider appropriate, respectful, and with a level of vigour about it that's important to those people as individuals, as they too have views and perspectives that they want to strongly get across on behalf of those people that they either represent or that they live in a community where they want to get that message through. So I wish to make that acknowledgement as well. To my commission team, officials in the background, they have, I think you'll agree, collated appropriately. I think they've communicated over quite some considerable time with officials to ensure that all necessary information was transferred between us. And I think, again, that's been done in a manner that, from our perspective, we honour you for it, because it's been really, really good. To my fellow commissioners, thanks for the effort and energy. I know the lights have been on late at night. Texts on the weekend saying, what the hell am I doing here? And everything in between. And so going out tomorrow really does allow us to truly get a perspective and an understanding. Wish us well with our deliberations. We say to you in conclusion that the deliberations that we make, we hope received in the manner in which you would expect, which will be done in an honourable, professional, respectful way, going back to those true words about the purest principles of democracy. So in conclusion, I'll close with the Commission's karakia, and then we can go and enjoy the rest of the day. Our Commission karakia, unahia, unahia, unahia e te uru tapanui, ki wātea, ki mama te tanako, te tanana, te wairua e te ara takatu koera e rongo, kārea aki ki runga, kia wātea, kia wāta, eira kia wātea, hopai marere. Kia ora.